I call the April 6th Assembly Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll or note roll? For ready, sorry.
Apologies, we have all Assembly members present in chambers and Assembly Member Smith present virtually. Assembly Member Wahal Gadak is absent.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
I can, Chair Wool, and I'm trying to figure out my video here, but I'm here. Thank you.
All right. Does that sound better? Yeah. Okay. That brings us to approval of minutes. Any edits or objections to the March 6th Assembly Finance Committee meeting minutes? Seeing none, those are so approved. All right, that brings us to our agenda for the day. I'm just going to start with a little orientation here. Day one of our budget process, we have by charter until June 15th to approve a budget. We are hoping to be done earlier than that. I think June 3rd is what our calendar has for final approval. You've gotten a lot of materials over the last few weeks, so I'll do a quick orientation to what we have. We have a printed budget book with everything you might ever need to note. A few things to pay attention to. There's a great city manager budget message at the beginning that gives a high-level overview. And at the end, some of the kind of charts and tables, high-level, that we often use throughout the budget season. We have these amazing binders that our finance staff provided, which is also available electronically, but we can continue to put materials in here as we go. These are awesome. Thank you all. Ms. Flick.
I will just add the binders are big enough that hopefully all of the material that you get through the budget process will fit in there. If you do not want to haul them back and forth, we would be happy to keep them in our office and bring them at the meetings if you want to just take the portion home for the upcoming meeting. So that's always an option for you. Just let us know if you need it.
Thank you. We have a draft CIP plan. And then today you'll see that you got a supplemental packet here, a few materials that came in yesterday that were also available online. Currently at the back of your binder is our draft calendar. We'll probably get, this will be updated as we go. So we'll continue to publish new ones, but I really appreciate lots of assembly members have been reaching out to me and staff to make sure they understand when decisions are being made. If you have any confusion about what's next, when things are going to happen, just continue to ask staff or myself, and we'll try to stay as organized as we can on that. The one other thing I wanted to do before we jump in is just recognizing this is often the most challenging time of the year for us. A lot of hard decisions that we have to make. Sometimes we can get crunchy and frustrated, and we've all been there before. So staff and I thought maybe it would be nice to start with some team agreements that we all can agree on to stick to here through the budget process. So if there are things that you want to say out loud that you'd really like to see during this process from yourself, from colleagues, from staff, now is a good time to put them out there. Looks like Mayor Weldon already has one. Thank you, Mayor Weldon.
I would like us to agree that we laugh at least once every meeting.
Love it. Humor will help us. Thank you. Other agreements from the Assembly, Mr. Kelly.
I agree to be judicious with my questions.
Thank you. That's a great reminder for everyone. Questions that are good for the body are great to speak out loud. If you have questions just for you, you can always ask staff in between meetings. Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this fits or not, but one of the things that I'm realizing is We actually can request a brief at ease if things are like blowing up and we're like, the steam is starting to come out of our ears. So maybe that's a reminder for myself that I could actually just request a brief at ease and talk to somebody, walk around the block, whatever.
Yeah, that is excellent, and for all of us, that we always can step away when we need to. Ms. Hughes Handies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to think how to, thanks. Trying to think how to phrase this. I think some combination of let's all do our best or agree to have a generous interpretation towards all members' decisions and comments, / the reverse of that would be try to not take decisions or comments personally.
Love that. And I'll just note here, we are afraid of the batteries of our microphones dying if we go all day, which is why we are sharing today, and we'll switch out halfway through. Other comments from the assembly? I've got one. We have Ms. Kester, Ms. Flick, and myself are all new to leading this process, and Ella and Paul are new to the budget, so I would say grace for our newbies through this process. Yes, grace for everyone, just grace. Staff, anything that you would like, oh, Mr. Bryson.
Hope this isn't too far. Could we agree to not let the finance meetings go past 9:30 at night because our decision-making becomes less effective the later in the night that we go?
We can aspire to this. Are we okay to aspiring?
Aspire to end by 9:30. I'll take that friendly amendment.
I think everything else I can agree to. Yeah.
Ms. Hale.
I just wanted to make a brief comment. You would think by looking at this list, like, that sometimes we get mad at each other. Never.
Never. Staff, I'd love to hear if you have things that we can do or that you want the whole group to agree to going into this process.
I think you all do a great job at this, but the more time you can give us to research and prepare information, believe it or not, Robert and I do not know everything. We actually rely on a very deep bench of knowledgeable staff. So when you have changes and you want to know how they impact the organization, it will take us a little time to research that. You all know that, and you do a great job with that. And I just also want you to know that when you bring things to us, you can trust that we'll keep that in confidence, because sometimes you're just exploring ideas and you don't necessarily, but staff can also, keep that in confidence and then let, you be the leader on that. So just, that's a lot of words. Sorry, Angie.
Can I say allow staff enough time to respond to questions?
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Anything else from staff? All right. Can we, as a body, agree to these agreements for the next 2 months? Any objection? All right. Well, we're going to hang that on the wall throughout the process. Okay. That brings us to today, and I'll try to be brief here and before I send it over to staff. Just a reminder, today is really about setting context and gathering information. So we are not going to be making any major budget decisions today. There may be some motions to put decisions out into the future, so we will take a few actions here. I know Bartlett and Eaglecrest in particular may need a bit of direction, what they need to come back to us with in the future, so we'll have some of that conversation, but we won't be making major budget decisions today. Certainly good to kind of hear where the body is on certain issues, but if it gets too far into discussion, I'll make sure to push that discussion, into the future. So really kind of thinking about questions and answers today. Yeah, I think that's all I got to say. Any questions or concerns about today's agenda and what we're going to accomplish? All right, with that, I'm going to send it over to our staff. I don't know who's up first, but to give us the budget summary and overview, Ms. Flick.
Thank you, and good morning to the start of what is going to be an information-filled day. We're going to try to make sure that it is interesting and provides you the information you need as you go about making important budget decisions. One of the things that I wanted to comment on the materials that you have. So as Chair Wall said, this is my first year as your finance director. And I'm going to take a different approach to presenting the budget to you than has been done in the past. But all of the material that you're used to seeing from Director Rogers is available in the budget book, and we can go back and forth as you need to look at things in different ways. So what we want to do today with the manager's proposed budget is really take a look at the services that are provided to our residents under the purview of the manager. And so that's the first part of our discussion today. From there, we'll roll into the capital improvement plan and the passenger fee plan, and then we'll take a break. And so we'll do our best today to keep on schedule because we have a lot of material and we don't want to keep you here all day. So in this part of the presentation today, we're going to talk about a summary of the total budget, assumptions that were made through the retreat or from the retreat, actually go through the manager's proposed budget, talk about major revenue sources, talk about debt service, and then finally talk about the proposed mill rate. One of the things that you'll probably also find very different, but I hope enjoyable, is I'm not talking for the next 90 minutes. We are going to share this presentation, and so I think that that will definitely help us make it interesting, but hearing from the city manager's office is really important in this process, as this is her proposed budget. So with that, I will turn it over.
Thank you, Angie. So while this is my proposed budget, I just want to acknowledge the excellent team that I have here. The finance department, Angie and her staff, Adrian, have really done a great job. I've been really impressed with their professionalism and attention to detail. I mean, we even have little flags and highlighters, y'all. And then, of course, Robert, he is our experience, and he really does a lot of the heavy lifting with walking every single department through all those tough decisions. Sometimes he even can be the mean one, and I know that from experience being on the other side of his budget decisions. So I just really would like to thank my team. And like Angie mentioned, we're gonna kind of tag team this and bounce back and forth. Please feel free to answer questions. We do not have 90 minutes of like talking at you planned. So we are really expecting this to be interactive. On that front, as I go through this, the three of us go through this presentation, I'd like you to think of your answer to a question that we're going to pose at the end of the manager's budget presentation and give you a moment to provide some feedback. And that question is, if you could change one thing about the manager's proposed budget unilaterally, what would it be? And I want to make sure you know that I will not be taking any action on said recommendation. But this is really a chance for you to give the public and colleagues and us just some context on like what you're thinking, what your priorities are, what ticks, what doesn't tick. No obligation to follow up on that. I mean, it could be like very aspirational, it could be very small, but we just thought that would be a good way to take a pause and provide a check-in, and staff's really fascinated to hear what you guys are gonna say. So keep that in mind as we go through this process. So we started this process, of course, at the retreat last year, end of last year, and we based it off of these assumptions. The first assumption was maintain city services. So there was no direction from the assembly to either increase or decrease city services. So this budget did not reduce city services. The aspiration expressed at the retreat was to keep a flat mill rate. I think we really worked hard with departments to kind of curb unnecessary increases, really maintaining a status quo budget to try to achieve that goal. And then we also were aggressive with projections for revenue based on that direction. And some of that, I'll just give you an example of somewhere where we were aggressive. We generally have this thing called a vacancy rate. Angie's like, don't talk about the vacancy rate because they'll glaze over really early in the day. But essentially, we have a factor that tries to adjust for, we know that we're never going to be fully staffed all the time. And that factor usually is pretty low. In departments where we know that there is a lot of vacancies currently, or they're large enough that there just generally is a lot of that vacancy factor, we adjusted that vacancy rate to reflect what we believe historically is the practice. So what does that mean? That means that you may, because of our aggressive forecasting, see less lapse at the end of the year. I mean, or we could be wrong and too aggressive. It's definitely a risk that we've taken, but just wanted to highlight that. Another thing that we did was we really looked at all the one-time expenditures. So we really tried to carve out anything that was like obviously a one-time expenditure, even if it was baked into the operating budget. An example of this is like specific trainings for staff that are particularly expensive. And there's, not a whole lot. I'd say there's less than $1 million of those types of expenditures, but we will highlight that for each department as we go through here. The other piece of advice that we got at the retreat that I'm sure will be part of spirited debate was to keep the debt service mill rate flat and do that by managing our debt in a way that maintained that. The other guidance that we got was to fund a rewrite of Title 49 as one-time funding, so you'll see $3 million in my proposed budget for that, and to continue to fund affordable housing options. And so you'll see the affordable housing fund also. I think there's room for direction there as well from the assembly. So those are the retreat assumptions. And I'm going to hand it back over to Angie to give you a big picture summary of this massive budget in front of you today.
Thank you. So I want to show you a couple of charts that looks at your span of control in its entirety. So we're going to spend the first part of the morning really talking about general government, but the budget that you pass is much bigger than that. It includes all of the empowered boards, including the hospital, Eagle Crest, et cetera. It includes the school district. So when we look at the entire big picture, your revenue budget as proposed is $440 million. You can see from this chart that it comes from a wide variety of places. The biggest chunk is charges for services, and as you'll see in the next slide, Bartlett is one of the largest single departments of expenditures, and their revenue source is charging for the services that they offer as a hospital. So it makes sense that that is the largest piece. You'll see taxes, which come from your property taxes, sales taxes, and a few others. State support is in here. The school district being one of the largest recipients of state support, a little bit of federal support, and then a sprinkling of everything else. And to Manager Kester's point, we did ask our departments to really go back and look at, how much revenue do you really think you're going to get from swimming lessons or from the various services that you offer and you charge services for, how much do you think you're actually going to bring in at the museum or through other varieties. So you'll see that as we work through the budget process, but the revenue sources obviously are how you pay for things. And so let's look at the expenditure side. Your expenditures for this budget are $459 million. And that includes one-time funding. And you'll see that these are broken out by general government at $106 million, non-board enterprises, so that's the water and wastewater that are under the city manager's responsibility. So you'll see the school district there in green. Board-controlled are all of the groups that you'll be hearing from today. And just for context, Bartlett is about $150 million of that 175. So just to give you that sense of scale. The other thing that was very interesting is we put these pieces of information together specifically to the manager's responsibility. She only has 137 million-ish, roughly 30% of the budget that is directly under her control. So part of debt services and isn't, part of capital projects are and aren't. But looking at the more day-to-day kind of expenditures, that was very eye-opening.
Madam Mayor, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to the casual observer reading these, our expenditures are 459 million, our revenue is 440. So the difference is one-time funding and, the hospital is taking money from fund balance. Is that where the difference is coming from?
Yes, Madam Mayor, absolutely. There are one-time expenditures included in the budget, and that may be for capital projects, that may be truly, like the Title 49 rewrite is a one-time expense. And so that's where you see the difference. We're utilizing fund balance for certain things, which is why the expenditures are greater than the revenue. Excellent. Then the last chart I want to show you, obviously, as with most organizations, public or private, human resources are a major expense. And so we wanted to look at the number of FTEs that are throughout, again, the greater CBJ, so including the school district and Bartlett. And again, it's good to point out that overall we have a decrease from FY24 to FY25 of about 30 or FTEs or 1.5%. The city manager span and control of this entire 1,968 FTEs, the manager span of control is only 635 FTEs, so roughly 32%. Again, for context, because Bartlett is so large, Bartlett has 713 of that 821 board-controlled positions. So the big decrease, as you would anticipate, is with the school district, and Superintendent Hauser will be here after lunch to do his full presentation, but their represented FTE change here is 81.65 FTE, or 12.7% of the staff that they had. They went from 645 to 563 in their submitted budget. So after having looked
Ms. Blake, we've got a question. Ms. Hale.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a little hard, the area of the budget that we have the greatest control over. I mean, obviously, we could control the other budgets that the boards control, the empowered boards, but the greatest area of the budget that we have the most control over is general government. And, on the second slide, you can see general government, 106 million.
6 million.
And then the capital project slide, general government school district, Bartlett. But on the first slide, we have revenue sources, and that's not broken out. And so is it possible, and I'm not asking you to go do this, it would help me a lot if I could actually see a chart like this with the enterprises carved out so that we actually have a sense of what's going on with the part of the budget that we spend the most time on and do the most to control. I don't know if that's too great a request or not.
Ms. Hale, we can absolutely get that for you. Probably not today, but we can answer that question for you relatively quickly. Yes.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to get too far away from this. As you were describing the lapses because of lack of staffing, the police department is probably the single greatest example of that. Could you maybe just elaborate real quick? Out of the 14 unfulfilled officer positions, and then there's a handful of other unfulfilled, how much of a lapse did you give to the police, and how much versus how much staff did you anticipate that they would be able to replace? Thank you.
Mr. Bryson, we looked at a handful of departments who you saw broken out into a pie chart last fall that had the greatest dollar value of lapses. You're absolutely correct. The police department, the fire department, finance, parks and rec. And so those savings percent went anywhere from 1% to 4% amongst those departments, which is a change for the department. The messaging that we gave to them was, we're going to build in a vacancy factor that we think is real, but it should not stop your regular recruiting and filling process. And if that becomes an issue, then that's a conversation that needs to happen with the manager's office. So I think I'm not going to quote actual vacancy lapse. I don't know the exact percentage. It was far greater than 4%, but we felt like that was a reasonable change that allowed us to stay within the guidance of the manager and the retreat guidance that we got from you all, and still make that a little more believable as far as predicting the kind of vacancy.
Go ahead, Ms. Flick.
Excellent. So we are going to move to the org chart slide, and I will turn this over to Ms. Kester.
Thank you. So I am going to talk about the boxes in green here, which is approximately the 30% that the manager's office oversees directly. And most of these green boxes really are taxpayer funded. Even though we have, some of the CIP projects, really CIP projects generally come not exclusively from sales tax dollars. So we do not exclusively, but you can really think of that green column as a lot of your tax, as mostly funded through taxpayer dollars. We are going to take the opportunity to walk through each department. So you will get a little bit of a deeper dive into the services that each department provides. But just from a high level, general government will really try to maintain growth. So there's about an increase of $2 million in general government spending, a little less than 2% of overall budget. And that's due to things like negotiated salary increases, benefits, and those types of kind of natural pressures on the budget. You'll see really only a couple of new positions in this budget, and we'll detail and explain those as we go through here. An additional assumption is that we build a budget with a lapse of $1 million. You have seen that lapse be far greater than that in previous years, and we've explained to you a little bit how we're trying to manage that. So we're hopeful that we've struck a good balance and we'll be able to pivot if not. So we'll turn to the next slide and talk a little bit about the administration department or the catch-all department. Yes.
Ms. Kester, a question from Madam Hale.
Thank you. This is for both Ms. Kester and Ms. Flick. So I just hesitate at that word hope because in addition to that 4% personal services vacancy rate, in addition to that, trying to be more realistic, I just want to make the point that if we budget $1 million lapse and we end up with a $2 million lapse, that means that we required $1 million more than we actually needed. So my question is, so we're going with a higher vacancy rate and we're still assuming $1 million lapse, and do we think that's good enough? Because for example, that $4 million lapse, what that means is last year we budgeted $3 million more than we actually ended up needing. So anyway, that's my question.
I can guarantee that we will not be 100% accurate in that prediction. I can also guarantee you that by our very nature, governments want to be conservative in our budgeting. So, I want my staff to not go over budget barely ever. And if they do, I want it to be because we had an epic snow year and we spent $100,000 more for plowing this year than we had anticipated, and I feel like that's justifiable. So the nature of our budgeting, really, it just has to be conservative because we're conservative folks. The last thing a city manager wants is to come and say, I'm grossly over budget, because honestly, I don't have the authority to be grossly over budget. That's illegal. So that's a long way of saying, we still have our government ethos. We're still government employees who are trying to budget a budget that will not come in over budget.
Mayor Weldon.
But we are actively recruiting for these positions, correct? And I know I'm sure you guys are assessing each position to see if we actually need to fill it, but I know, for instance, there are some departments that we're light on in personnel and it's showing in city services. Is that correct?
Ms. Flick mentioned, we have given no direction for departments to change their recruiting practices. In fact, we've invested in additional recruitment programs, and the Assembly is always supporting additional, anything that we can do, right, to recruit employees. So there's no change in our recruitment behavior, just trying to be a little bit more realistic, given the hiring situation we are in at this moment in time, knowing that that could change.
It's like, go ahead.
Continue and talk a little bit about administration, the catch-all department. You will see on this slide that you have the city manager and the deputy city manager. Believe it or not, those photos were taken by the same photographer, and I don't know why I look like Darth Vader and Robert looks like Luke Skywalker, but I'll just go with that, since yesterday I definitely felt like I was the mean one in the office. So what does the administration office entail? We do a whole lot. Of course, the lovely office of the city clerk is underneath administration, elections, managing public information, keepers of the history of our community. You are familiar with the city clerk. Probably a little bit more underneath the surface is IT. IT provides all of the services that we need to run a complex organization these days, and I think really IT just keeps getting more and more important as we live in a more interconnected world. Our security needs keep getting more important, so you'll see some of those reflected in more in capital budget requests. We have emergency services underneath administration. That includes monitoring for avalanches every day of the winter. That includes applying for multiple Homeland Security grants to boost our preparedness, whether that's in emergency planning exercises, emergency generator backup, services for police and fire. We also have the lands manager underneath the administration, and you're familiar with land manager Blydorn and his work, but really there's a lot of juggling there. I mean, think of all the property that the city and borough of Juneau owns, all the questions that the public has about that property. We have, hazard trees on that property that we have to manage. We have requests for easements that have to be managed. We have ambitious assembly goals to develop city property in a way that aligns with assembly priorities like housing. And that is something that is really part of the land's function. So we also, of course, Robert and I manage these some 600 CBJ employees in all the different departments. And most importantly, we implement your directives. And we hope we facilitate those meetings. I'm like a professional memo writer, so that's a big part of what we do. Of course, we have the tourism manager under the administration, and tourism management being one of our most important industries, it takes up a lot of manager office time and attention. I would say, and this is no secret to all of you, trying to kind of be that interface between the assembly and the empowered boards is a struggle that I think City Manager Watt highlighted, and I'll just share that. I think it was actually one of your interview questions for me, and how to manage that. So that does take up a fair amount of our time, even though those are not underneath our control. Warming shelters pictured here, you're intimately familiar with that. And I'm gonna hand this over to Robert to talk about more details, but Robert, did I miss something that we do in our lovely administration department?
I commonly refer to Parks and Rec as the Department of Catch-all because they often behave that way, but Katie's right, we certainly fit that category too. I guess the only thing I would add is that we serve as your, for lack of a better way to put it, special project managers, right? Like when there's like something that is a community priority that's not necessarily called out in our organizational structure, but that nevertheless is a goal of the assembly, we tackle that, right? Whatever it is, whether it's warming shelter or childcare or the housing, pretending to be a bank to issue a housing loan or what have you, right? Like that all falls in our wheelhouse. On the next slide for administration, just to give you a sense of the numbers and what's changed in FY25. We saw a budget-to-budget decrease of about 3.1% in the manager's budget, That is due to us being able to contract out for our public defender positions. You'll probably remember last year during the budget process, we were intending to have to hire attorneys internally that would work inside the manager's office to do that important work. We did not have to do that. We contracted that out at a lower cost. Another part of that decrease is associated with not a true decrease, but moving costs from a contract into a personal services cost. It's pretty minimal for an administrative coordinator for our teen health center. It's one of the things that we very loosely coordinate. We have an excellent teen health supervisor, Beth Laban, who works inside the Juneau School District buildings to provide and coordinate teen health services for our students. There is a tiny decrease in the clerk's office, about $10,000. But as Manager Kester noted, the big increase in the manager's budget is associated with information technology from 24 to 25. And most of that is associated with our enterprise resource planning software. So we currently use a piece of software called Govern. Every single, I'm not exaggerating, CBJ staff person that utilizes Govern would have horror stories to tell you about that piece of software. We are very excited about moving into a new world of ERP software that should significantly streamline the work of both our assessor's office and specifically as it relates to parcel management, as well as community development as it relates to building permits and issuing building permits and allowing for the tracking of building permits and the public interface and what the public sees and understands as they are working through the building permit process. The assessor's part of that project will happen relatively quickly, we think, over the next 6 to 9 months, and the CDD part of it will take longer, likely 1.5 to 2 years. It's a more substantial lift. Also on that front, yeah.
Just a note with the fans in here, when you speak directly into the mic, it's a little easier to hear you.
Speak not directly into the mic. Speak into the mic. Okay, excellent. I will do that. I also want to note on that front a bit of good news that we recently acquired new GIS imagery. That's been a long time coming. The new imagery will be loaded into our parcel viewer within the next month or so, and it provides a much better level of detail, and I think the community will really appreciate it. So that's what I have for you on the admin numbers.
All right, I will go ahead and move on to community development. The significant change here in community development is the addition of a permit center manager. So I really want to explain that position. The community development processes in 2023, they processed over 1,000 permits. That's up 20% from 2020 and 2021. So there really is a high volume of permits that go through the permit center, a lot of touches with our public. You know, many people, that is their main touch with city government, is they need to go in there to do their bathroom remodel, put on a new roof, you know, all of these small things that we need to do. We often hear a lot more about the bigger projects, and those do take up a lot of time and attention, but there's just a lot of, you know, stuff happening in this capital city that require permits. So the new position is the permit center manager. And the goal of that position is to really be in charge of the customer service for the permit center. And so that person will be able to, you know, if a developer or a resident has a question about their permit, they'll be able to take it up a step from the staff that greets them and, you know, walks them through the process. They'll be able to like coordinate and really kind of hold that permit and make sure that all the boxes get checked and it makes it from one end to the other. Our software, the software update will also, you know, we've been working on a migration to a new software, and that will also help with that process. It also provides a bit of hierarchy in the department that's necessary right now. There's not a, we have Director Lawhorn has 10 reports, and it doesn't, she of course has lots of other duties, and so creating this intermediary allows for there to be someone who has more knowledge, skills, ability, and decision-making power that can more immediately respond to those questions and concerns from our residents. And this does, of course, come with a budget increase, a personnel increase. And I just want to note one thing. If the Assembly does at some point want to look at paying for some of these services through fees, our permit fees have not been increased in about 20 years. And so the department has, been chiming to me about, like, let's bring those in alignment with International Building Code. And so that's something that we could explore. It's always difficult to raise permits and fees, especially when housing is so important and we want to reduce any barrier that we can. But I just wanted to let you know that that is one lever that we have to influence that budget. Obviously, community development is majority general fund supported. Significant one-time expenditures in this budget are update of the comprehensive plan. That's a major project. I came here right after I was hired, but like 6 months before I started. And Jill gave the launch of the comprehensive plan to the leadership team. I think that was almost 5 years ago now. So as you know, that project got put on hold during COVID. So we're really excited about launching that again. What else does community development do besides permitting and big picture planning, like the comprehensive plan? Of course, they have the building department. And they really do have a lot of touch in just kind of the bigger picture, aspirational Assembly goals, a lot of touch in housing. Of course, you've got the housing manager. So the manager's office works really closely with CDD to try to forward your goals. So that is a little bit about CDD, and I will pause here to see if there are any questions on CDD.
I saw Ms. Hale and then Mr. Bryson.
Just one addition, I don't think you mentioned, plans like Blueprint Downtown, right? CDD manages that process, and maybe you did mention that, and I just didn't catch it.
Yeah, you know what? I do talk too fast. The mayor's always criticizing me. No, criticizing is not the right word. She's always coaching me in a helpful manner. You're absolutely right. That planning process, planners think in 30-year terms, and thank goodness we have someone who does. It can be very frustrating, but we really do want to be looking at what we want our community to look like in 30 years because there's a million little steps, and things like the comprehensive plan, blueprint, downtown, and all of those sub-area plans, that's what get us there. So as frustrating as that those long planning processes can be, it really is our long-term community vision that CDD is keepers of. So thank you for pointing that out.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just comment on CDD staffing levels and what their lapse is or predicted to be?
Assemblymember Bryson, I do not have, you mean what their lapse for 2000 for current fiscal year is predicted to be?
Either last year or this year. I was just curious where they compare with their lapse. Like, it's very clear to us what police and fire lapses are, but city department like this, what would be a more accurate description of what their lapse is, what they're looking at for CDD?
Angie can talk about last year, and I can talk about our current status.
So, Mr. Bryson, last year CDD saw a personnel lapse of $372,000, and that was roughly 7% of their personnel budget.
And currently, we have one position vacant at CDD, the planner 1-2.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Chairwall. Sorry I'm not on video, not the greatest connection here. I think the ocean breeze and the blue sky of Mexico is interfering with my signal. So thanks for allowing me that. Manager Kester and Miss Flick, just a general question on like budget increases and added FTE. We'll see that in more detail during, I think, based on the calendar, I see like the May 8th meeting. Is that right? We will have a chance to have those all broken out and see them in their individual components at some time, correct?
Ms. Flick.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't know that you'll get it in any more broken out detail. It is broken out by department in the spiral bound budget book. Is there something more specific that you're looking for?
Yes, thank you. I just am kind of remembering, I think in last year's, at some point during the budget process, and maybe it's even that kind of running spreadsheet, that goes manager's proposed budget. And I hope you're kind of familiar with that kind of that running tally we would do. And I just felt like at some point in last year's budget process, we did see kind of, again, bit by bit, and some of it was just increase of due to collective bargaining agreements or something like that. It wasn't per department how much those collective bargaining agreements were, but it would, I don't know, it just did. I remember in a previous budget cycle we would get a chance to see all of those broken out, and IT and other different things, just so that it was kind of in a list, so we could see what were the proposed kind of growth. I'm not just say mostly growth, but also some decreases in the proposed budget.
Mr. Smith, thank you for elaborating. I understand what you are looking for now. That is actually in your bound printed budget document, also available online. But near the back of the book, so you have normal page numbers through the first 200 plus pages, and then in the back you get into page numbers that are doc, dash, and a number. So doc dash 1 is the budget summary that I think you're referring to. And Mr. Rogers in the past would spend time going through this particular document line by line by line. And if that's beneficial for the assembly, we can absolutely do that. The intent today was to talk about the information that's in this kind of running list of pluses and minuses in the context of the services that are provided by the departments. But we can also go back and look at the lines at any point during the budget process if that is helpful.
Very good. Thank you for that. I have not had time to go through that document in full detail, so I will do that. And if I or the chair feels like that would be something useful to just throw up at some point during the process. Again, I want to say, like, on the May 8th meeting, I see something. It's called Manager's Proposed Increments and Budget Amendments. I didn't know if that was the time we were going to go over those, but I can talk with the chair, and I'll spend more time reviewing and conversing with you, and we'll see if that's something that would be beneficial for the body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And you're right that day is really, an opportunity for discussion about some of those items. So, and I know we'll figure out a way to kind of keep these lists updated as decisions are made so that the body can see them. But we can talk offline about some of that too. All right, let's keep rolling.
All right, next department is near and dear to me, Engineering and Public Works, the Get Her Done department. And we have a lot going on in Engineering and Public Works. We have transit, of course. Transit provided, I looked this up yesterday, so it was on the top of my head, but they provided, I believe it's 8,000 rides in last year. And that number is slowly increasing to pre-COVID numbers. So it's interesting to see how COVID had an impact on our ridership. Also, of course, low staffing had an impact on our ridership this year. But we do have a staffing increase proposed for transit of 3.7 people to be able to run that seasonal tripper service. That's the express route to be able to accommodate for the tremendous pressure we saw for that route with our visitors. So that's something that's proposed in this budget. There's also some one-time training expenditures in here that are relatively small for transit. You have the fleet budget, so those of you who've been to Streets and Fleet, we have a beautiful shop out there and do maintenance for not all CDJ vehicles, but many CDJ vehicles. And so that is a internal service fund, so we actually charge different departments for that work. A small decrease for lower fuel costs, and a small increase in just for wages and benefits. We have a lot of longevity in that department, which is really great. And I see that.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the city gets a free vehicle or a vehicle through a grant process, like 8 electric buses or the EV truck, how does that impact the budget, and where would that fall in the budget when we receive a grant to buy an asset?
So I think I will have finance speak to how we record keep that, and then I can talk to like how we book the grant revenue.
Certainly, Mr. Bryson, I think if I understand your question correctly, when CBJ receives a vehicle through a grant or whatever, we record it as one of our capital assets, and when we take on an asset, typically the cost of ownership then falls to the city. And so those costs have to be addressed in the budget, which could happen a number of ways. There might be an accompanying grant that pays for some of those operating costs, or it may be that the department that receives that then has to either absorb it or ask for an incremental increase to address the cost of running those items.
Well, that's the back half. I'm talking about, just use the EV truck that we just approved to accept the grant. So I think it was like $79,000. So do we accept that $79,000, and where would that $79,000 fall into the budget process? Because I would imagine we have to get the money as a grant, and then we buy the truck. So how would a grant impact our budget for like fleets?
So we would see that as a federal revenue, and we would take, depending on how the grant's written, and this one I don't know precisely, if we get the funding and then we purchase the truck, then we would get the grant funding and we would purchase the truck. If the grant is to actually just, the equipment shows up in our name, then we would book it as if we had received the funding for it, but it would be a federal source.
If I may elaborate a little bit, because there's another piece to this that I get particularly nitpicky about, and that's making sure that we surplus vehicles when we get new vehicles. And that's just, otherwise our fleet grows exponentially. So that's something that we're always working on. Sometimes it's difficult though, like we're getting these new electric buses, but we've got the tripper service that's really growing capital transit services. So just to kind of give you confidence that we are looking at, when we acquire new vehicles, surplusing those old vehicles, because every single vehicle has an operating expense.
And we also have to plan for the replacement of that vehicle, assuming it's a vehicle that we're going to want to continue to have a vehicle to provide that service. So there may be also an increase in operating as we plan and put into our fleet replacement reserve, the ability to replace that at its end of life.
We could.
Mayor Weldon?
And just to help him, I didn't come up with this, Ms. Wendell, who did this lovely book, pointed out on 184, it kind of gets to what Mr. Bryson was asking, and 184. So, thank Ms. Wendell. Ms. Wendell.
Great. Thank you for letting us talk about fleet. Fleet is complicated, and I'm still learning lots about it, so I appreciate those questions. We also, in engineering and public works, manage 3 material sources: Stabler's Quarry, which got a lot of action this past summer, and then material sources in Lemon Creek. In the engineering department, manages capital projects across the city. So engineering manages capital projects for the hospital, for the school district, and for general government. Airport and docks and harbors have their own project managers, though engineering does have some touch there because our contracts division, so manages under the authority of the purchasing officer. The contracts office manages just really millions and millions of dollars in construction and professional services contracts. Let's see, we also have in engineering and public works, general engineering. General engineering does the permitting for the kind of the stuff in the ground. So general engineering permits, development, grading permits, road and water service permits, and a lot of infrastructure that CBJ will end up eventually owning. So the importance there is that it's built to, certain standards so that when we take it over, we can ensure those standards. Then you've got Recycle Works, which is a super cool niche of engineering and public works, and we've got just enthusiastic and wonderful staff there that gets a lot of stuff done. That's where our junk vehicle program lives, household hazardous waste. Though we contract for those services, there's still some management there. Recycling, of course, drop-off recycling is through there. You've also got a lot of, I think this has evolved in the last few years, engineering to manage some special projects like the Zero Waste Initiative and really like the future of waste. And so finding a spot for that. Also applying for grants is housed in the engineering department, and not all grants, because every department applies for grants and every department has a touch for grants. But when you look at that legislative priority list and trying to match that with available grants, that really lives in engineering and public works. And we've had some great successes. We were able to talk about, Lemon Creek Multimodal Path in one of the Friday reports. We got some planning money to do some public outreach and some really cool work on that. And there are many other successes. We also have in engineering and public works the utility, and the utility is quite an important organization. We have over 10,000 water customers at the utility and 185 miles of water line. We are a long and skinny community. I think Director Koch mentioned that the other day, and it's really a good way to think about it, but it's an expensive way to develop a community. And so when you think about our rates are high because we're long and skinny, and we also have secondary treatment. So we are held to a higher standard than most wastewater treatment plants in the state of Alaska. Fairbanks and Juneau are held to that standard. So we're proud of that because it means that we do a lot more to make sure our wastewater goes out into the environment, but that comes at a cost. We process 1.3 billion gallons of sewer at 3 treatment plants. You will see in the next year an ask for rate increases at the utility and really kind of building that case. We've had about 2% rate increases that were negotiated some time ago before I started working here. And you will also see requests for some type of bond package or just recognition that we have a very aging facility, and that's going to just cost money to keep up. So the changes that you see in wastewater are natural changes with increase in wages and benefits. We do have a significant, almost $500,000 increase for shipping, I'm sorry, that's not exclusively shipping, but shipping is really a driver of costs at wastewater. The touch, when you flush the toilet, the touch on one turd is really phenomenal because it goes through all those miles of pipes. It gets processed through the wastewater treatment plant where the bugs eat it and it does its big thing. And then it gets put into our dryer facility where 98% of the water gets taken out and it gets made into these lovely little cookies. And then these cookies get crushed and they get put in bags. And then the cookies get shipped to, they get barged to the Port of Tacoma. And then from there they get on a train and they get landfilled. So like, the trains, planes, and automobiles of that one flush is quite significant, and of course, there's a cost related with that, and shipping is always a driver of that. You do see some debt service decreasing with, as we pay off DEC loans. That's a really good source of funding for us for some of these projects. So we'll talk about that when, as we discuss major capital projects at the utility. The DEC has a program with very low interest loans. Water, you're going to see, in addition to wage increases, increase in supplies and services, the cost of chemicals always seems to be going up, and some contractual services, inflation and internal service cost pressures. So that is a whole lot about engineering and public works. Any engineering and public works questions?
I have Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not really a question, but maybe it is just a question. The reason we have to ship those cookies, which is really an unpleasant thought, but the reason we have to ship those cookies is because of possible or known PFAS in the solid waste. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Otherwise, we were talking about like using them as a landfill cap, and then PFAS blew up, and we have PFAS in everything, including those cookies. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon, and then Mr. Kelly.
Just remind me, it's my lack of memory more than anything. The proposed tripper from the Glacier downtown and back, that's not in this budget, correct? That's in the marine passenger fees. I just looked at that, and it's just $1 million to capital transit. Is that correct, or have we not even put that in there yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, it is in this budget. The revenue source tied to it is the passenger fee. So we allocate those revenues directly to the programs and let the program live within their department.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Not a question. Just wanted to know for the record that in accordance with our agreement up here, after Manager Kester talked about cookies, we did get a good laugh in here. So we're well on our way to a hearing to our agreement.
I've heard several laughs so far, so doing great. All right. Moving on, CCFR.
Let me say something. Okay. Actually,
Finance.
we'll go to finance first. It's a thing. We show up, we do stuff. No, your finance department is pretty diverse. We've got the obviously the accounting portion. We talk a bit about assessments every year, budget, which you are fully enjoying today and will for the next couple of months. Payroll operates out of the finance department, as does purchasing and the treasury. Our most public-facing services are to the through the sales tax office and the cash office and treasury, as well as the assessor's office with their daily interaction with residents. Our budget is increasing by, or our position count is increasing by one to create that higher level accountant position to help understand and be inclusive into the JSD financial process. We do have some one-time expenditures. The couple I want to call out to you is we're going to start a conversation about updating our purchase code. Right now, our purchase code says you must low bid everything except for this huge list of things. And there is a more modern way to write that addresses particularly the types of things that we purchase as a government today. We're not simply buying things where low bid, it makes the most sense. We're buying software and services where quality needs to be part of that conversation. So we're going to get into that. We're also working with the IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers, to have them do an assessment practice on our organization. I think that was going to start a couple years ago, and the assessor's office got really busy, and so now that they're down to a manageable level of work, we're going to bring this group, this internationally recognized standard organization, to come in and help us. One of the things, and you'll see this in a couple of places in one-time funding, ERP evaluation. So ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning. We're going to use that term in a couple of contexts. Mr. Barr used it today with relation to the assessment processing as well as permits. But there's also there's also a different software that's used for accounting, purchasing, human resources, payroll, and that system is also quite old. So we are just doing a little reconnaissance to see what's out there in the world, to see what kind of governments are using different software and if they think it's meeting their needs or not. Just there's a small team of us who are going out and doing that analysis. So we want to be cognizant of time, and I'm going to turn this now over to Fire unless there's questions about finance.
Ms. Hale, then Ms. Hughes Gandy's.
Brief question, why is it that we can't do the JSD financial analysis assistance using existing staff and we need an additional staff person?
That is a great question, Ms. Hale. Right now, our staff are very fully engaged every single day. And when we talk about vacancies, our accounting group is a group that has had a lot of vacancies. Right now, 75% of my accountants have less than a year with CBJ. And so we just don't have the bandwidth or the expertise to do that.
Ms. Hughes Gandy's.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Similar question. When we asked 2 years ago, we heard that the software we use or the way we have access to from any computer, our accounting software, the treasury, is different from what JSD has. So is this an accountant who's going to be in the office physically, who just has access to their software? Or could you just talk really briefly about that? I know we're going to hear from Frank.
Absolutely, good question, Ms. Hughes Candies. The vision for that, the school district analytical, whether we call it an accountant or a financial analyst will work out, is for them to have access to that software, to have a place that they can sit within the JSD finance team, be viewed as a member of the team, but not do the day-to-day work. Because if they're doing the day-to-day work of the school district, then we have to charge them for that person's time. So it'll be a very fine line of understanding what's going on in the financials, being seen as a partner in analyzing what's going on, but then allowing the city and the assembly to have kind of that non-biased view of the financials as well. No other questions? I will turn this over to Mr. Barr for CCFR.
Okay, thank you. I'll just do a quick note on time too. Lots of slides left, supposedly 20 minutes left. So Capital City Fire Rescue has seen an overall increase of 2.6% to their budget. Most of that is going to be related to commodities and services. Not insignificant amount of software increases going on there that are outpacing their past projections. About 100,000 of that 400,000, so the lion's share of it related to fleet replacement. We've talked a little bit about fleet already, but we are certainly seeing trucks, vehicles increasing at a very fast rate. It's hard to sometimes even to purchase one from availability perspectives. CCFR has had to switch fire engine vendors from their preferred vendor to their second preferred vendor because of lead times. So the lead time vendor for the preferred vendor was 5 years out, and that just isn't going to work for the equipment needs that we have. CCFR has a good staffing story right now. They're almost fully staffed, and that has not been the case in recent years. So I'm happy to note that. We have had substantial personal services lapses in CCFR in the past. We do have a healthy personal services lapse this year as well, but if that staffing trend continues, we won't next year. From a challenges point of view, a couple of things that I'll highlight before asking for questions is we continue to struggle with the implementation of Crisis Now implementation. That's been a topic that maybe this current assembly hasn't dived into in the recent history, but certainly past assemblies have. And I would say that when you think of the 3 tiers of crisis now, right, there's the phone call, there's the mobile behavioral health response, and then there's the 23-hour behavioral stabilization center. CCFR is responsible for that middle tier, that mobile behavioral crisis response team. And of the 3 tiers, that is certainly the most stable. The CARES team provides that service through the CARES team, which is you might remember it as the Mobile Integrated Health Team, has been training and evolving their services to be able to expand beyond merely mobile integrated health. I shouldn't say merely, but in addition to mobile integrated health, to provide crisis behavioral health response as well. They are closer than either of the other tiers, one of which is responsible. The phone part of it is cared for by dispatch and statewide care line. And then the third piece is cared for by Bartlett, which you'll hear more about later today. Another challenge that CCFR is having that I hope that we'll be able to address next year is the location of their sobering center, of our sobering center. It's long been a struggle for us to find a location for that service. We currently partner with St. Vincent de Paul. The service, the location that is being used for it is substandard, it's fair to say. So we'll be looking at and bringing you options for that next year. The last thing I'll note on CCFR, you don't see this in their budget because the position lives in the airport's budget and not CCFR's budget, is that we hired a new position to supervise the ARF team, the Airport Rescue and Firefighting team at the airport, that is operationally managed by CCFR, but is budgeted for and paid for out of the airport's budget. Any questions on CCFR?
I have Ms. Atkinson, Mayor Weldon, and then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. I know you said we're pretty close to full staffing, and if you don't have the specifics, that's fine, but I would be interested to know how far away we are from full staffing and what positions are vacant currently.
Thank you. I don't have those specifics off the top of my head, but I can get them for you.
Mayor Weldon.
So just to carry on Ms. Atkinson's question, does that mean our third ambulance is running full-time? But my main question was, when you talked about crisis training, are we looking at someday having them respond with the police to crisis situations, mentally health?
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. Ideally, yes. Someday, so the model of Crisis Now would have our dispatch center following a protocol and determining what the best team is to dispatch to the call in question. And sometimes that might mean a co-response of a crisis behavioral health team out of CCFR with JPD. Sometimes it might mean just the behavioral health team. And of course, it can also mean just police. And to your first question, remind me.
Is the third ambulance running all the time now?
I'll follow up with you on that.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Barr. My question is about the radio system. Is the fire department being affected as negatively due to the ancient radio system as the police department? And is any of the fire department budget going towards the radio replacement? Is there any money allocated in there?
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. The fire department is being impacted by the low quality of our current public communication system. The public communication system that we have envisioned will benefit the fire department just as much as the police department, as well as Capital Transit. I believe the entire budget, though, for that work is contained in JPD's budget.
Ms. Atkinson, do you have another question?
Sorry, you mentioned the ARF team at the end there, and I was wondering, since that's budgeted out of the airport budget, does that mean that the new truck we're looking at getting is also going to come out of there?
Yes.
All right, let's keep moving.
All right, next we have human resources and risk management. We saw in general government, about a 4.9% decrease in the HR budget. It's a relatively small budget compared to many other budgets underneath the manager, and that 5% decrease equates to about $51,000, mostly due to no longer having a rent space, a rental cost associated with the first floor of the municipal way building in their budget, and some one-time expenditures that fell off that were unique to FY24. We also saw a decrease in the risk budget. That's due to two things. You'll recall that we implemented the Dependent Care Assistance Program last year. That was a recruitment and retention effort to fully fund on an employer level the flexible spending account associated with dependent care, most commonly used but not exclusively used for childcare. We didn't have any experience with that yet, and so we conservatively budgeted for that, and so we are correcting that and bringing that more into tune with reality about how those funds are actually being used and expended for. And I expect we might, well, we'll see. We'll have a year of experience after a full year of experience after we get FY24 actuals completed. And we may have another true up next year, but TBD on that. We also realized some savings in our health fund. I want to talk a little bit about the risk fund. So the risk fund overall is composed of a handful of elements, a handful of sub-funds, if you will. We are largely, but not exclusively, self-insured. And so the sub-funds of the risk fund are health, and that's health insurance for CBJ, Bartlett, and some school district employees, property insurance, workers' comp, and then a handful of some other smaller ones, unemployment insurance, employee practices, and general liability insurance. From a health perspective, which is the lion's share of the risk fund, we have a fairly volatile, so we're big enough to be self-insured, but maybe just a little bit more than barely. So about 4% of our covered lives, so not just CBJ employees, but all the individuals that they cover, 4% of our covered lives account for about 45% of our total costs. That's not incredibly uncommon for organizations of our size, but what it does indicate is that we have a volatile, it's hard to predict what our healthcare costs are going to be from year to year. The past couple of years have been good. In the past couple of years, we have been beating market trends when comparing ourselves to like-sized employers and how high of a rate increase we have to do compared to the rest of the market. We've been below the standard. We try to maintain a 3-ish month fund balance in our health fund to cover unexpected expenses, and 3 months sometimes can be tight. So that's a general target. From a property perspective, we've seen much more volatility. We are less self-insured on the property side. So we buy insurance in the general marketplace. We every now and then put out an RFP for a broker to bid and get us the best possible rates that they can find in the market. We've had to, in recent years, increase our deductibles in order to keep premiums at reasonable rates. And especially with the increase in natural disasters in the lower 48 and in Alaska, we've seen property insurance rates increasing extremely quickly. We create our own rates for internal general fund departments as well as enterprise fund departments and the school district. Based on 2 factors: exposure, so how much is covered, right? What type of thing is covered? How many square feet are covered, as well as experience. So what have been the major claims recently? And both of those things combine in an equation to influence the rates that are shared among everyone that participates in the property part of the risk fund. I am cognizant that I am probably going on too long about this, so I will stop and take questions.
Before we go to questions, can I just get from staff a time check? I know we got started a little later. Do you think we can wrap up this before we, everything we need to before CIPs by 10 past? Are we on track for that?
Let me try.
We can do that, Chair Wall. I'm gonna keep us rolling then. Next slide is law, which of course you're very familiar with and is not under the purview of the city manager. I just wanted to highlight this because it's interesting. When you look in the budget book, law says they spend 45% of their time enforcing the law, 40% of their time explaining the law, and 15% of the time drafting the law. So that's a good summary of their division of labor. Law is funded mostly by general fund, but they also have some interdepartmental services. I'm gonna hand it.
Okay, next is libraries and museums. This one can be quick. The library and museum continues to be a quietly competent department of the general fund. They continue to do good work of providing free access to shared resources and programs for the community. Lots of really excellent resources that they provide and programming that they do. Of course, the museum is also included in the library's budget with a goal, a mission of really collecting Juneau's and Douglas's, our shared history, and communicating that through their programs, through their exhibits in a way that enables us as community members to both remember and learn from our shared history and apply it to the issues and topics of the day that we are addressing. Status quo budget, 1.9% increase from 24 to 25, mostly associated with personal services. Parks and Recreation, much larger department, one of our largest, commonly by me referred to as Parks and Recreation and Parking, and then maybe after yesterday I'll add and cat rescue. If you read the manager's Friday report, there was a cat rescued out of a tree by one of our excellent park landscape staff members. Parks and Rec does a lot. So facilities maintenance is a major division, covers about 700,000 square feet, queued up to increase to 860,000 square feet of building space from a maintenance perspective. They manage 6,000 acres of parks and open space. They care for about $1 billion in assets in the facilities maintenance line. One of the kind of unique things that our Park and Rec department does that is certainly uncommon when compared to other Parks and Rec departments is our youth shelter that we run in partnership with Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority. Last year, Spruce Root served 54 individual kids and provided over 2,400 nights of shelter. There's a lot more to say about Parks and Rec too, from Zach Gordon Youth Center to their pools and Treadwell, Ice Arena, and the Field House. Lots of good things happening there. From a numbers perspective, I do want to highlight a couple of things here. So the large increase that you see under facilities maintenance in the internal services fund is the addition of the 3 facilities that we are going to be caring for, the school district facilities, Marie Drake, Floyd Dryden, and the admin building. Those increases are due to, so there are FTE increases associated with that, as well as with other areas of Parks and Rec. And just briefly, so 2 of the facilities maintenance positions that you see on this slide are related to the school district. The one FTE increase in park ranger is related to parking management. So we used to manage parking through a contract. We have been unsuccessful with that contractor and are shifting that service to internal operations. It actually saves us a little money on the contractual end when you net that out. The 0.16 Treadwell activity leader increase is necessary to enable and continue summer operations at the arena. It's very small. And then Zach Gordon. So significant FTE increase here, all relatively low-level positions, but important for the services that we provide at Zach Gordon. The administrative assistant will manage all of Zach Gordon's many grants. It will in itself be partially grant funded. That's necessary. Finance has been burning the midnight oil to help with what is truly a department responsibility. I don't really see this as an operational increase, more of something that's necessary to maintain staff sanity, both at Zach Gordon and in finance. There's 2 youth leaders of that total 4 increase that are 100% grant funded. That's a state grant. We anticipate that grant to be an ongoing one. If that grant goes away, we would be looking at removing those 2 positions, but we don't expect that grant will go away. And it is both of those are completely associated with the BAM after school program that I know many of you know about. And then the last one is a general fund position, and that is partially offset by the costs that we will be reducing from not having Jesuit volunteers. The very short story on that is that it's been very challenging to operate the Zach Gordon Youth Center with the Jesuit volunteer program. Volunteer management is hard. It's been getting harder. This will enable a more stable and consistent operating of the Zach Gordon Youth Center on evenings and weekends. So that is what I have for you on Parks and Rec.
I have Ms. Hale and then Mayor Weldon for questions.
I'll ask Mr. Barr later offline, having trouble hearing.
Mayor Weldon.
I think you answered my question on the increase in the youth center and shelter. So just because that's in the budget, it looks like it's mainly grant funded, not coming from general fund. And then also if you would touch on why the Parks and Landscape budget has increased so much, and does that include taking care of the Douglas cemeteries?
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. You are correct. The Zach Gordon positions are significantly grant funded, not exclusively. There is some general fund there. And then I will have to get back to you on the Parks and Landscape piece, and I may be able to swing that during later when I'm talking about a different department.
And Madam Chair, could we take a 2-minute recess just to see if we can get Mr. Barr's sound better? We're having a heck of a time hearing him.
Yep, very quickly get the sound figured out.
Does it help if it's further away? Does it help if I speak louder if it's further away? Yeah, like that? Okay. All right.
I just make a recommendation. Everyone's questions are really great, so keep asking those high-level questions for staff as you go through these. Maybe everything the department does is super interesting, but in the interest of time, maybe the focus on what's changing, what are the challenges, and what's the change in the budget.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, I'll continue and endeavor to be more vociferous. Mayor Weldon, I will get you an answer on the Parks and Landscape increase. I can tell you it does not include Douglas cemeteries, but I will get you an answer on the increase later. So moving on to police. Police saw an increase of 3.8% FY24 to FY25. That's about $800,000. The significant majority of that is due to a wage increase that you're familiar with. That we acted on earlier this year. There is also an increased position from police. It's not an overall increased general fund position. We moved a position from IT into the police department to care for police-specific IT needs. It's a position that's largely been operating in IT anyway. We closely coordinate between police IT and CBJ IT. So that's I would characterize that as more housekeeping than anything else. I could talk a lot more about police. I won't in the interest of time, other than to mention that like other departments with significant fleet needs, a significant portion of police's increase, about $150,000 of their total contractual commodities and services increase is associated with vehicle costs, vehicle prices going up.
All right. Mayor and Assembly is the next category that you are intimately familiar with. Not a whole lot of changes in here, still only 9 FTEs. But the one thing that is notable in here is this is where the million and change lives to pay facilities for the increase in absorbing those three facilities from the school district. We fully anticipate that as the process moves forward, those will move to different departments as the assembly and the community decides what to do with those facilities. And that process we'll talk about at the committee of the whole on the 15th to kind of outline you on that. Of course, another large share of the budget here is in the assembly grant process. And so the next slide shows what you have funded in the past. Just a reminder that the process for assembly grant process is that organizations find an assembly member to sponsor them, and that assembly member submits the form to Chair Wall by April 10th. So then the AFC will review that at the April 17th meeting. I just want to also note that in addition to that, you will have an opportunity to amend the manager's budget. So if you have things that are not specific to this category, and right now that is scheduled for the May 8th meeting. Moving on to.
Quick question. I had a question from Ms. Atkinson.
The 1.1 in facility maintenance for the new buildings is just facility maintenance, not things like plowing and heat, or what exactly does that include?
That includes, it includes heat, it includes building maintenance, it includes 2 new vehicles for the 2 new employees that would be maintaining those facilities. So it includes all operational costs for the facilities. It does not include any deferred maintenance costs for those facilities.
Good question. Thank you.
Ms. Wall, if I may interject on the assembly, the community grant process, just for some clarity, organizations should be reaching out to one of the assembly members in order to get a sponsor. Assembly members, you would then, if you choose to sponsor a group, provide them the grant request form. As much as you can work with them, we're happy to kind of help fill in gaps as needed. But then that organization should get that request form back to you. You provide it to Chair Wall, and then on the 17th, April 17th, you'll have those in a packet, and we'll work through that process.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And Ms. Flick, to confirm that we would need to get the form to you by the 10th, right?
Yes, the form actually goes to Chair Wall, but April 10th is the deadline. What we need to do, we'll work with Chair Wall to get all of those consolidated, organized, and printed electronically, but also in paper if you want, like if we can get it out Thursday afternoon or Friday morning. So you have it to review prior to your April 17th meeting, and you'll know what questions you have and things like that. Yes.
Ms. Hughes-Gandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just on that topic, would it be correct to say that if you know you're sponsoring something, even though the deadline is the 10th, we should be including you in the process now to make sure we get a complete form?
Ms. Hughes-Gandies, that's your prerogative. We're happy to help support you as needed, but you are absolutely welcome to work completely and wholly with your organization, and then when you have the completed information, provide that to Chair Wall.
All right, we will not belabor education because you'll be hearing from Superintendent Hauser after lunch. This budget does include the funds that have already been appropriated, the one-time funding of $1.65 million. Director Flick has a slide, next slide, that I'm going to let you explain.
Absolutely. So noted on this slide with the numbers is the fact that due to the math problem that gets worked every year to figure out how much allowable expense or how much allowable support can come from local, we are seeing a cost shift this year of $3.7 million that the state used to pay that will now be CBJ's responsibility to pay, that does not increase the support to the school district whatsoever. It's just who's writing the check. So working on the assumption that the Assembly's desires to fully fund education that has been your practice, we're seeing $3.7 million more that the city would have to put in to keep the school district's funding level. This picture somewhat represents it. It's got a lot of information in there, but you can see the state funding portion around 27 million. You can see the CBJ required minimum at 19.6 million. Our optional towards instructional of 14.8, And I want to quickly, this is not in your packet, but just for the purposes of kind of seeing side by side, on the left is last year's picture, and this is available online. And on the right is this year's picture. And I just want you to notice that the blue is the state funding and it gets smaller from 24 to 25. The orange is CBJ's funding and it gets bigger, but the basic need of the school district doesn't change. So just want you to understand that cost shift. Obviously, we have time allotted after lunch to speak more with Superintendent Hauser about JSD funding as a whole and their budget request. But we wanted to make sure that you understood that this is a cost increase to CBJ's budget, even though it doesn't change the school district's budget. All right. Let me get back.
Let's see.
There we go.
Eagle Crest, you will also be hearing from Director Scanlon at the end of the day. The thing I really just want to point out about Eagle Crest budget is it has a $416,000 deficit, so it is not a balanced budget. Director Scanlon will talk to you this afternoon about an $890,000 loan to both help cover that gap and then do things for preparing for summer season and the gondola. And we would just like direction from the body at some point to, if entertaining that loan, to introduce an ordinance that would travel with the budget. So that is one of those decisions that Chair Wall mentioned that we can get some direction from you on and then can be part of your overall budget decision-making process. Next slide is significant one-time funding. The manager's budget proposes $6 million for the radio systems, communication systems. This is because we just have to do this. That does not fully fund the radio systems. We are still going to need $11 million that could come through as a bond. The Assembly can think of how they want to do that, but really wanted to include some funding just because it's just so necessary. We also have the Title 49 rewrite that was discussed at the retreat and the cost sharing from for JSD. On the revenue side, there's a shift from general fund to passenger fees, or passenger fees back to general fund for filling in that little triangle of the dock project. Just want to note here, and we talked about it at the retreat, but there is a long list of other potential one-time expenditures. You, of course, have your Assembly grant process that you're going to talk about. This rolls all up into the what to do with fund balance, what to do with bond capacity conversation. But I want to remind you that we have water, wastewater projects that are very in our forefront of a need. We also, at some point, will need match funding for a large construction project if the Juneau Douglas North Crossing moves forward. So there are a lot of needs to keep in mind, and I know we will certainly have that conversation. There are a few, as we mentioned in the beginning of the budget, one-time expenditures that related to drips and drabs in departments as we ask them to carve out those one-time expenditures, as we, training, the fireworks committee needed one-time expenditure for equipment. There's the trucks that are for maintaining the new school district facilities, but all in all, that is about $1 million of small things that we were able to attribute to one-time expenditures.
We're going to shift a little bit to debt service and then revenue sources. Per the direction that we got at the retreat, we have included expenditures in the manager's proposed budget that would require the 1.2 debt service mill rate to stay constant. What that does a couple of things. It will allow bonding questions that would go before the voters to keep the mill rate level and still take on projects in debt. It also allows us, we have one of our bond series that has some callable elements that we can pay off early. So it is a savings to the city from an interest perspective. But again, from the conversation at the retreat, that was the direction in putting this together and how we went. I see Mr.
Smith.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Ms. Flick, would you remind me what the, I don't know if I should say should be, what is the debt service mill rate required to, pay our debt service just, for this year on schedule, not paying off anything early? What is that number?
Absolutely, Ms. If we do not pay off any of our debt early, the debt service mill rate would need to be 0.76 mils. That's a 0.44 difference from what is included in the proposed budget.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. I want to.
Oh, Ms. Hale, sorry, I couldn't tell if you were raising your hand or not. Go ahead.
This is just a little bit of a placeholder maybe, and maybe this is not quite the right time. I'm very interested in carrying this conversation further. I don't remember how that direction was given during the retreat, but I don't think I gave it. So I just am interested in carrying this conversation.
We can definitely explore that.
Thank you. I'm going to shift into our revenue sources, particularly with respect to sales tax. Part of the other direction we heard was that we had seen coming out of COVID significantly larger realization of sales tax than we had budgeted. And part of the discussion at the retreat was be more aggressive. We'd like you to be close. Within about $1 million was the general conversation. We have internally discussed where we are, where we think we're going to be, and we have tried to be aggressive in our budgeting here. I will say that we are in a place where we expect the volatility to have somewhat subsided. So when we look at sales tax, one of the greatest drivers of that is our summer tourism. From a cruise ship perspective, we're expecting the same number of passengers this summer as we had last summer. So from that perspective, kind of looking at where we think sales tax is going to be, super great place to have a more stable place to try to forecast from. So we've done our best to be more aggressive in our forecasting. I do need to make you aware of, and I'm going to show this to you in a couple different ways in the next slides. We received a sales tax submission at the end of FY23 that had a mistake of a couple extra zeros. So there was, I'm going to get this close, but not exactly right. The sales tax should have been 34,000, and then they put in 3.4 million. Big difference. It was obviously a mistake. Staff tried to reach out to the merchant to try to get that corrected. This came right at the end of the fiscal year. So the 3.4 million got booked in last year. It did get corrected, but it got corrected in this fiscal year. So when you look at these numbers, you're going to see some kind of corrected trends, corrected numbers, and that's where that's coming from. So I just wanted to kind of give you the story. We've had internal discussions, like if you see this in this end of fiscal year, let's have that discussion in the now, not in November. So this is what this looks like. We looked at sales tax back in November. The blue line is what was actually recorded quarter by quarter in sales tax. The red line is if we had the correct amount of that particular return. So you'd see $3.4 million less in April and June, and you would see that $3.4 million more in October and December because we did our revenue early, and then we had to correct, which means it shows lower revenue from our booking. When we look at our sales tax by quarter, again, you can see the little red line over the FY24 forecast in the October to December grouping. That's where our revenue should be if we hadn't had to take out 3.4 million. Likewise, in April and June, in that more yellowish orange column, you can see that red line showing where that revenue really should have been without the extra 3.4 million in there. If we step back one kind of look further back, when we look at our sales tax by year, again in FY23, that orangish color, correcting for that misentry, we should have been at $60.2 million in sales tax. 63, our forecast is for 63.6, again, including the revenue that should belong there. And then we've taken a almost $3 million increase looking at FY '25. I believe that to be pretty aggressive, knowing that our major sales tax generator is going to be flat. We've had some inflation, but this is what we're proposing to you and kind of where our level of comfort is. We know that we had some latitude with you, at least in discussion, as far as being aggressive. And so this is where we've come in on our sales tax. This does not include remote sellers. And so on the next slide, this slide covers kind of all those other sales-like related taxes. So this is your tobacco excise in the bottom in the orange, the marijuana in the green, liquor in the gray, hotel bed tax in the blue. And we kept that relatively level from last year to this year because we've seen a quarter where it was actually less than our forecast. So on that one, we chose to stay conservative. But on the remote sellers, it continues to grow by leaps and bounds. And that's not going to last forever. But we are seeing new folks get on the rolls every day. We know we still have some big businesses that we need to work through. And so leaving the sales tax world, I want to say a few things about assessed valuations. There's obviously a bill going through the legislature looking to put some guardrails around assessors' offices and how they function. I want you to know that fundamentally that will not change how CBJ really practices our property assessments or our property appeals. There is one change in if a value is found to be higher, it can't be done in that year, it has to wait to the next year. We don't have that called out in our code, that would be the only real change. But the bill's calling that the assessor needs to be a level 3 certified, our assessor's a level 5. Our deputies, one is a level 3, the other one is a level 2, he's about to be level 3. So we've got really well-qualified people. You've already appointed Board of Equalization to handle those disputes. So we're in a good place as far as that bill. If it goes through, it's not going to fundamentally change what we do. Every year, the assessor publishes their assessed report. They do one for commercial, one for residential. There's a picture of it on the screen. If you would like a printed copy, I will provide that for you. I know that you've gotten that in the past. I will say that the assessment valuation story is kind of boring this year, which is great. There have been little pockets within CBJ that saw some big changes, and those are areas that haven't had sales in a while, and they recently had sales, and so that provided some credible data to go in and look at those particular places. As was included in the FY '24 budget, we brought on a commercial appraiser, and he is focused, we were able to promote somebody internally to that position, and he was already working on commercial, but now he's officially fully dedicated to that. And with the commercial appraisals, he's looking at sectors of the industry in total, and it will take him a little bit to get through all of them. But he's working through them kind of the same way we would do visual canvassing on residential properties. We cover the whole area every 5 years by looking at different segments. He's doing the same thing, just with segments within the commercial property. All right, that brings us to
The mill rate. So we worked really hard to maintain assembly direction and have a mill rate of flat mill rate, 10.16. We got a little gift late in the game with those 3 facilities, and that is the mill rate increase from 10.16 from 10.32. It really represents that. So you know that, and I'm sure you'll be discussing that a lot over the next few months.
We do want to touch a little bit on the fund balance for you today. To Mr. Smith's previous question, this is similar to what you see in your printed budget book on Doc-1 and Doc-2. I've just put it in a straight fashion, so there's not a revenue and an expense column. Ending FY ~24, what I want to say is the last couple of bullets there. It says anticipated non-personnel services lapse at $1 million and anticipated personnel services lapse at $4 million. In the past, those numbers haven't been adjusted as a forecast has been prepared for you. Based on conversations through the budget process, we feel like these are savings that are going to be realized in FY '24. So we wanted to just make that part of our forecast as we present this to you today. The change in fund balance is really taking the full revenue minus the full expenditure that's not accounted for in these individual line items. So that's what that line means. And then I'm going to show you FY '25 in just a moment, but this is already not correct because ordinance has been approved to adjust some of these. So we've got $1.2 million in a grant match that was it introduced or approved? Introduced. So when that does get approved, that obviously will adjust this. We've got some other items that may impact '24 as well. So as we work through our pending list and the decisions that you have about fund balance, we will keep this updated. But this is where we are ending '24. And then '25 represents the items that Ms. Kester has already talked about. And I will just stop there for you.
Let's talk about unrestricted fund balance. You notice how we're trying to talk more quickly now. We realize we're over time. I think we all just got too excited talking about the really cool things that we do. So my apologies there. I'm guilty of being proud of all we do. But this is really important because this is where we need guidance from you. High level, the fund balance that you have remaining, if you choose to accept manager's office proposals, is 15.5 million. So you'll see that that first column there in projected ending unrestricted fund balance. We've talked a little bit about the pressures on that fund balance already. We talked earlier about the best practice to leave some money in fund balance so that you guys can make decisions outside of the budget year. That is strictly a policy call. That is something that you undoubtedly will struggle with, but any direction you provide from us on that would be helpful. The restricted fund balance is a really interesting little animal here. You see that the projected ending fund balance is $15 million. However, according to CBJ policy, we're supposed to have 3 months operating of FY '23 revenue. So according to audit numbers, that number is about should be about $10 million more than $15 million. And why is that? It's because we've taken $4 million out for a loan. Totally rational. That's rational with our policy, but it affects that fund balance. We've had $1 million that we've been talking about for quite some time to kind of repay the restricted balance, and then we've had growth in revenue. So it also reflects the growth in revenue. I'm just going to pause here and talk about the potential, the need for a fund balance policy. I think that the body's talked about that multiple times. To look at fund balances, not just for your restricted, not just looking again at your restricted fund balance policy. Should we be basing this on revenue or should we be basing this on expenditures? That's something that I would flag for you, but also your unrestricted fund balance policy and also your fund balance policy for all of the funds, right? I mean, as a manager, I want all of my my funds to have at least 3 months operating revenue. That's policy guidance that really is at your level. All that to say, if we had more time, we would be prioritizing that, and I think it's just been, we as staff and as the assembly have been really overwhelmed with priorities. So that's probably one of those projects to put on the shelf when we have that luxury that is called time. So those are the things that I wanted to highlight for the unrestricted and the restricted fund balance. I have more notes here, but any questions there? And before we pause and move on to hotel bed tax and affordable housing.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Manager Kester, I thought that we'd have maybe it was just a rule of thumb that we would have 3 months, because we've talked about the restricted budget reserve. Was that just like our unofficial policy? Was that not in code? Because I thought we had always had kind of a target number for our unrestricted budget reserve. Is it not, is that percentage or that statement not codified somewhere?
So, I'm gonna let you guys.
Plenty of times.
Thank you, Chair Bryson. It is a resolution, so it is codified. It's still, the resolution though doesn't fund it, so it still additionally requires funding decisions by the Assembly during every budget year to move money into that restricted budget reserve. Sometimes those funds are part of the manager's budget, sometimes they come as part of the Assembly's decision-making process, but you could think of the resolution about the restricted budget where it is policy guidance that the Assembly has set for itself, but it still requires an annual decision to actually realize it.
Can we be real brief on hotel bed tax and affordable housing fund, and we can make sure to make time for that later in the process?
Absolutely. I just wanted to give you a quick look at the hotel bed tax and the affordable housing fund. The hotel bed tax, we did follow the resolution that was recently passed on the distribution of that. Travel Juno's budget request was vetted through the manager's office. The 2% temporary portion of that tax is going to Centennial Hall. You will see that on this slide, both in the debt service payment of $297,600. But then if you look at this beginning reserve balance, Centennial Hall reserve, we're putting the remainder of that 2% in this reserve to address Centennial Hall projects as those come along. You'll also note that we have $1 million going to the Affordable Housing Fund. I do want to point out quickly that this $145,000 fund balance is important to keep in here because these budgets are based on our forecast of those taxes coming in, and we need to make sure we've got a little bit of buffer for the realized bed tax that happens. And then on the Affordable Housing Fund, I want to make a couple of notes for you. You'll see in FY25 there is $0 related to competitive grants and loans. And that is because what has been happening of late is that those have come to you via ordinance. And with that ordinance comes the expenditure authority. So rather than double appropriating the Affordable Housing Fund once here and then once through ordinance, we've set this up as a 0 in the proposed budget, knowing that most things have come back to the Assembly as an ordinance. Recently, they've been loans. And what you can see here is that our anticipated ending balance is $2.4 million at the end of FY25. And I know that the affordable, that Mr. Shambo and Mr. Myers are coming forward to you. If they haven't already, they will, with a change to the manufactured home loans and the amount that can be distributed and kind of the cap of what's going on there. We feel like in the FY25 budget, there's enough expenditure authority there because the accessory dwelling units has always been budgeted to the full $200,000. But you can see we've had like $36,000 go out. So there's enough expenditure authority in this fund to cover both of those programs going into 25.
Mayor Weldon.
Just to make sure I'm wrapping my mind around the whole thing, so the 2.3 million doesn't include any repayment of the loans, correct?
That is correct. It would only include loan payments that are already scheduled to happen. So you can see there's what, 15,000 there, and that's related to the current manufactured home loans that are out.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you for your patience. I think my summary slide just encourages you to ask us questions and reminds you of the levers that you have. One-time funding is a lever, debt service mill rate is a lever, and cutting or growing city services are kind of the 3 levers that you have as you consider this process. So I am happy to wrap that up, Chair Wall. I do believe we could do CIP and passenger fees very briefly. And I really do want to make sure we have some time for getting feedback from the body on the question about making one change. So I have prepped staff to give be available for a very brief overview and questions on those 2 topics. But given the late nature of time, I will defer to you to how you want to manage the rest of our agenda.
Yeah, thank you. What I think we'll do is take a quick break here, 10-minute break. and then come back quickly, do CIP and passenger fees, recognizing we're going to talk about those later in this process, but if there are high-level things staff want to emphasize, we can talk about specific projects later. Let's hold the question, answer to the question that the manager proposed. We'll work that in later in the day. So 10 minutes, let's come back at 10:40 for a quick update from our on CIPs and passenger fees, and then we'll get to the hospital. All right. Thanks everybody for keeping us on time here. We're going to move to capital improvement plan. Again, the goal is just to get a very high level overview of the situation from our staff and then high level questions from the assembly. If you have questions on specific projects, specific things in the CIP, we will have time to get to those at another date. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Basically, try to keep this very quick and high level as requested. If you do have questions, don't hesitate to ask as we're going through, because I'm going to breeze through a bunch of these slides which have the meat and potatoes in them, but not discuss them in detail. So basically, the capital improvement program is a 6-year plan for CDJ's public infrastructure. It's a very high-level plan the further out you get, but with more detail coming in the closer you are to the current funding year. The years that are funded, the current funding year is the only year that is funded. So this year we're working on the FY25 budget, which is in the resolution for this year's funding. Next slide, please. The timeline, as you see, we're working our way through it with, things start in October. And one of the important pieces to point out with this is that April 29th is the opportunity for public comment on the CIP. The Assembly holds a full meeting for public comment on the CIP as well as the entire budget. Next slide, please. The funding categories, a portion of the voter-approved 3% sales tax, which is broken into general sales tax and area-wide street sales tax. One thing to note this year on the area-wide street sales tax is that we have requested funding we've proposed funding for some street utility projects. The utilities have limited reserves and limited funding at this point. And so in order to reconstruct some of these streets, we have proposed to allocate some funding from street sales tax to keep projects moving forward. The other categories, voter approved special sales tax, marine passenger fees, and enterprise funds. Skip 1, 2, 3, 4, skip 2. After marine passenger fees, please, actually, unscheduled is where I'd like to go. Keep going, unscheduled heading, page 59. Okay, perfect. Just to answer a quick question, unscheduled funding is basically speculative funding requests that we have hanging out there. They would either be grant funds that we either have in hand. The airport is a great example of that. Most of their funding comes through the FAA and it's grant funding, so it has to be appropriated through another mechanism. We do not appropriate these funds with the CIP, but it gives us an idea of what the roadmap looks like for the funding coming forward. The other projects are also projects with special needs that do not have identified sources. So cruise ship, cruise dock electrification, public safety communication infrastructure are very large projects that do not have outside funding or any funding identified that we're hoping to somehow garner funding for them. So next slide is basically how the process works. So each department provides their priorities. Engineering doesn't rank them, but they put them in the funding sources that fit their departments. At that point, based on the amount of money, we work with the individual departments to identify the priorities that fit within the available funding limits of each source. And then on top of that, the projects that remain unfunded, they're department priorities, which there are typically a bunch. There are a lot more project requests that available funding move to the next funding year in the department's CIP. So they move to an out year. Basically, the proposed projects for funding in FY25 live in the CIP resolution, and then in your CIP book, following the CIP resolution, the FY25 projects are described and the details are provided. FY25 CIP is mainly infrastructure of CBJ's, or mainly maintenance of CBJ's infrastructure. There's $39.8 million in sales tax funded projects. 77% of that is going to infrastructure maintenance and repairs. And with that, are there questions? Hopefully that wasn't too fast.
That was great. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right. Thank you so much for being here. We'll have more questions for you later through this process, I am sure. Ms. Pierce, I think you're up next.
Chair, I wonder if that table might, if it were moved, we don't want to block our wonderful press person, but if it were not in the center of the room, if the echo would be less bad, if there's some way of doing that. That's pretty
Can
bad.
someone,
Or maybe there. Thank you. Sorry.
a reminder for everyone to speak loud. Thank you, Ms. Pierce, for being here. Again, we'll have time to go through individual line items, but definitely want to know general situation, especially with a recent letter that we received and how that impacts the rest of this process. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple talking points before I get to the letter. You received a letter from Downtown Business Association explaining how their Downtown Ambassador program is proposed to function financially, a cost breakdown of that program. That was something that we had asked for and did not receive on time, so we did not include it in the budget that went to this group. You've received that information. In follow-up, there have been assembly questions about the Downtown Ambassador program and whether that's something that the body wants to continue funding. So you have some information to consider there. And we do have some representatives from DBA to answer questions if you choose to do that now in our very short time frame that we have today.
We'll do that at another time. Thank you.
Additionally, you received another later request for $225,000 for a wake wash analysis for ships coming down Gastineau Channel and damage to property. That's something that we'd contemplated or that we had put forward in our first MOA, was reducing ship speeds and funding an analysis like that. That did not ultimately make it into the MOA. I think it's a valid project. If that's something that we'd like to see in a future budget, I'm happy to bring back a budget that has that. And it simply didn't make it in there because I made a mistake. So I would like the Assembly to review and consider that proposal. Additionally, you will likely get a $4 million request sometime between now and when you agree to a final passenger fee budget from the Capital Civic Center group. We've been advised that that's coming. So moving on to the letters, the correspondence that is in your packet between CBJ and CLIA. We received a letter from CLIA calling into question some of our expenditures and citing the Commerce Clause in our settlement agreement. We don't dispute the language of the Commerce Clause, but our settlement agreement does say that we have the ability to spend money on things that are mutually agreed with, and it puts forward the timeline that's in our ordinance. And so CLIA is aware of that timeline. We had a meeting where we discussed the budget, and then very late in the process, they came forward with this letter that does not follow the timeline of our process. I believe and agree that we need a process improvement for next year. I think we can find a way to have much better communication and better public education on how these funds can be spent. And we talk a lot about collaboration with CLIA, and sometimes you need to have hard discussions. This is one of them, but this feedback came late. It came outside of the established process, and I would recommend that the Assembly just move forward with its budget cycle, and we can address concerns that they have within the established process for next year. And you know, again, hopefully we'll come back to you with a better process for next year. So I think with that, I'm happy to take questions. You've seen the rest of the budget.
Questions for Ms. Pierce?
Ms. Wall, if I may, the letters that she was referring to are in the supplemental packets that you received this morning.
Thank you for that clarification. I've got a question. So just to make sure I interpret your comments, you know, messaging, we'll work on better communication next year, makes sense to me, but in the short term, the things that were objected to by CLIA, we are welcome to make whatever decisions we want despite those objections. Is that correct?
The settlement agreement is explicit that the final decision rests with the Assembly. And then it lays out a process for how disputes may be handled. But it does say that the final decision rests with the Assembly. I don't know if CLIA would push on any of those items, but I would recommend that the Assembly just move forward with this process.
Thanks for that. Mayor Weldon.
Just to clarify on one line item, the capital transit of $1 million is the Trigger program, correct?
Correct.
Anything else on passenger fees? We'll take a moment to say that letter from them is ridiculous. They've been funding many of these things for many years. So thank you to the mayor and, the manager and our tourism officer for communicating back to CLIA what this community wants. All right, I think that brings us to the end of the passenger fee plan part of this agenda. We're going to move into Bartlett, which will bring us to lunch. All right, thank you all for being here. With your microphones, if you're using a microphone, just press the green button and your microphone will turn green while you're speaking. We'll continue to work on the making sure we can all hear each other, but speaking loudly is going to help us. So, and we'll turn it over to you all to get us started.
Thank you, Ms. Wool. My name is Deb Johnston. I currently serve as the Vice President of Bartlett Regional Hospital Board of Directors. I appreciate that this assembly has given me the opportunity to serve the community as a member of the board. I joined the board in 2019, and during my tenure, I've witnessed the hospital experience significant financial pressures, not unlike other hospitals and health systems across the country. In the same period, the organization has changed and adapted with the approval of the board and the assembly to ensure the services provided meet the needs of our community. Those actions continue today as the hospital navigates new challenges. I also, while we're here, I want to recognize Dr. Raster, a fellow board member who is here to support us. Thank you, Dr. Raster. On behalf of the board, we are appreciative of the talents and experience that our current CEO, Ian Warden, and CFO, Joe Warner, who have worked diligently in the relatively short time that they've been on board with us to evaluate the hospital's finances and clearly identify the areas where the organization has struggled financially in the recent years. Their presentation today will highlight the hospital's historical and current financial realities, as well as outlining our core operations and notable additions in ancillary and public services provided to the community. Collectively, the board is empowered by the City and Borough of Juneau with the responsibility for the economic viability of our community hospital. Bartlett was established by CBJ as an enterprise fund, making implicit the expectation that we remain self-sustainable. Today's presentation is an important next step and allows us to receive your direction as owners of the hospital on your priorities for the community. The board recognizes the hospital's long-standing history and importance in the community and the weight of the decisions that lie before us. With the guidance of the CEO, the community, and the weight of the decisions, the board is prepared and committed to making the difficult but necessary and timely decisions needed to help ensure Bartlett remains independent and achieves long-term financial sustainability. And with that, I'll turn this over to Ian and then Joe Warner.
Mr. Warden, I'm going to interrupt you real quick just to let Assembly members know, I believe the presentation that we're looking at is in the supplemental package as there was some changes. So if you're following along in your paper, look at your extra packet. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ian Warden. As already been noted, I'm the interim CEO, and it really is a pleasure for me to be here in front of it. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm Ian Warden, the interim CEO. It really is a pleasure to talk to you about some of the important aspects of a very valuable community asset. As you know, Bartlett Regional Hospital has been in the community for almost 138 years. And obviously, it's been as part of the City and Borough of Juneau as an enterprise fund since 1965. That predates Medicare, Medicaid by about a year. And so what I wanted to do today is just spend a little bit of time in who we are and then turn it over to Joe. The first thing, as you'll know, is we serve a population of about 55,000 people that are in the City and Borough of Juneau and the surrounding areas with a lot of different and important healthcare services. You can see that we also not only have an ED, but we have 57 inpatient beds. 16 of those are related to a substance abuse facility called the Rainforest Recovery, as well as 61 residential beds with a skilled nursing facility, also called Wildflower Court. If you go to the next slide, please. We do have a mission, and that mission is something that we really try and embody with all of the care, whether you're coming into the ED or whether or not you're in an inpatient bed. We want to be courteous, we want to be accountable, we want to be respectful, we want to be excellent at what we do. Today's presentation really has been designed to provide the Assembly with significantly more information that they've had in the past, and that's by design. Our design is to show you some of the issues that we're dealing with in terms of remaining a viable organization into the next 135 years. And so we wanted to make sure that you are aware of, we specifically designed a presentation to show you every one of our entities within there. Secondly, we designed it so that you could see what historically we were accountable for. As you know, we are an enterprise fund. And implicit in the enterprise fund is the ability to be self-sustaining. What that means from a hospital standpoint is we need to generate enough excess revenue over expenses to be able to refund our fund balance so that we can save up for reinvestment in the community and the community healthcare needs into the future. So that's something like an MRI, that's something like a Da Vinci robot, that's something like replacement of roofs. So that's a very important aspect of it. Today's presentation is not meant to ask for funds, but really to demonstrate the issues that we are going through, and we are prepared to make the appropriate decisions with the advice and counsel of the Assembly. So we appreciate this time. I'm going to turn it over to Joe so he can go through the numbers for you. And once that's done, we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, if we can get to the next slide. And so where we're going to start the presentation is just talking about what the last 7-8 years has looked like for Bartlett. So this is a cash flow chart that shows cash from operations net of other operating receipts. So that excludes stuff that doesn't really come to us every year. So COVID funds are excluded, sub-grant funds are excluded. In 2017 and 2018, we had a net operating cash flow of around $10 million, both of those years. So, and then between FY18 and FY19, we saw significant decreases in those. And so when we look at the history of Bartlett, some of the things that happened during that time period is a severe increase in the behavioral health services that were provided by the hospital during that time. We went from having 1.5 psychiatrists, 5 clinical social workers, up to 8 psychiatrists and 15 clinicians in the behavioral health side of the house. In FY20 through FY23, we lost between $3.5 and $6.9 million in operating cash on an annual basis. Next slide, please. And so this gets us to where we are today. And so I'm going to go over the 2 different budgets, how we see them. I got the budget in the CBJ format as it's in the packet, how we initially turned it in. So for FY25, we can jump. This one's fine. We had $100 million in personnel expenses, $42 million in commodities and service, 2.4 in capital, and 2.8 in debt. So this is a status quo budget. So this is how we are operating Bartlett as it is today, with a few minor variations. We did some estimates on MHU volume, so our mental health unit. So we estimated an average daily census of 10 in that unit. We have been running closer to 5, which increased our personnel or our charges from services by about $2.5 million. That's one of the stretch goals that was brought forward by the board. We also had the Wildflower Court projected at the extraordinary relief amount that we're currently getting, and that rate is subject to change in the next fiscal year as well. And we did a small inflationary adjustment to account for changes to personnel costs as we go through union negotiations as it is now. Next slide. This budget shows more of the layout that we're used to presenting to our board. And so it breaks it out into more of a FASB layout, as it were, and gives us comparable data so it compared to other hospitals and healthcare industries. In line one, we have our net patient revenue. Well, let me take a step back. I want to explain the different categories of the budget before I get too far into this. So working left to right, I have a combined budget, which is every entity that falls under the Bartlett umbrella as it is today. The next category is what we consider the enterprise fund, which would be our hospital, hospitalist service, Wildflower Court, and a few of our general surgery clinics and other clinics that we run. The next section is what we consider the healthcare ancillary services, services that the hospital provides but aren't typically associated with hospitals in the lower 48 or in other parts of Alaska. We have home health and hospice, both services that we took over within the last 12 months. And then to the right of those are what we consider the public health services that the hospital provides in the community. These are services you find almost in no other hospitals in the lower 48. The ABA program is the Advanced Behavioral Analysis Program, which helps take care of children that are on the autism spectrum. The crisis is the new crisis building that we actually started seeing patients in December. Rainforest Recovery is a service that the hospitals ran for over the last 20 years. The city gave it, or I don't know how, not gave it, handed it off to the hospital in 2004. And then BOPS, which is our behavioral health outpatient clinic. The notable thing about BOPS is it helps support the mental health unit that is in the hospital, but it has grown significantly, like I said, since 2018, 2019, where we've expanded the services there. So as we go down the lines in our budget, we have net patient revenue, which is the collections for each of those service lines. Other operating revenue, which is some grant revenue and some other miscellaneous stuff. And then personnel services, I tie this back, I relabeled this so it ties out to the city's budget. These are our salaries, wages, benefits for our employees, and then commodities, services, and what we consider depreciation. So we look at our financials slightly different. So combined, the entity has a net operating loss of $9.6 million. And the lower 48, to be sustainable, hospitals and health systems typically aim to have somewhere between 3 and 5% net operating margin. This helps sustain capital, buildings, and helps build a fund to help survive the ups and downs of the industry. And so when we look at the hospital and Wildflower Court as an entity, it is currently running at $2.8 million in net operating loss. This is something that we've started making amendments on today. We've implemented an FTE committee at the hospital, so we're evaluating staff. We're looking at new positions. As we have turnover, is a position required to continue the operations of the hospital? We're also reviewing the amount of contract labor we have, and can we do replacements and substitutions for those positions with full-time staff? We're also looking at all contracts and commodities that we bring in that are needed to run the hospital on a day-to-day basis, and eliminating any contract that isn't absolutely necessary for the operations of the hospital. When we go down to 911, we have net income, so this brings in interest income and non-operating income, which is our leases. And so combined, we're sitting at a loss of $7.5 million, with the hospital being $730,000 loss. And this is where we want to illustrate the impacts of the new programs and what it takes to sustain those into the future. So home health and hospice, both new programs, so we have a limited set of data to budget on, but based on the information we have and that when we look at how it impacts other parts of the industry, we are anticipating a net loss of $1.4 million between those two programs. The major loss comes in the public health services, which would be the ABA crisis, Rainforest Recovery Center, and the behavioral health clinic. That has a net loss of $5.4 million. So when we look at the industry and what other hospitals and health systems do, if we're able to bring what we consider the enterprise fund to a net margin or net operating margin of somewhere between 3 and 5%, that even if we were able to change that, there wouldn't be enough excess capital to sustain the additional programs that Bartlett now manages under its umbrella. There's limited impact we could have on some of the other programs, home health, hospice, ABA. The primary thing when we look at this, we look at the total operating revenue from every program, and does it cover the direct operating costs of that program? And on this list, none of those programs to the right of the enterprise fund can cover their direct operating. So when we want a program to help cover some of the overhead stuff, so Ian's salary, my salary, accounting, all those additional services that need to be spread over every part of the hospital. The biggest impact we've seen since 2018, which was the last time we had a net positive cash flow, we've had a large increase in FTEs, roughly 115 on the hospital side, plus all the new programs that have been added on to this. Some of the FTE creep happened during the COVID era. So as we staffed up to take care of COVID patients, those things. And so the FTE committee is looking at all of those pieces to see what we can change to be sustainable for the future. Next slide.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. I think the issue that we're trying to illustrate is that we are not sustainable at the large facility that has been funding the other entities. And we are looking at all of the ways to improve the hospital, but we would need to turn that $2.8 million to about a positive 4, so that's about a $6.8 million improvement. Even if we get to there, that's just what we need to make sure that the hospital is sustainable into the future. If we wanted to cross-fund the other facilities, we'd have to add on close to another $8 million. That's the 5.4 and the 1.3, so it's more like $7 million. So that's a significant lift for a hospital. And in hospitals all throughout the country, we're seeing the same issues. For example, with the COVID, cost went up. There was grants, but those grants now are no longer available, so we have to cut back on those types of costs. Our reimbursement, as you know, most hospitals are predominantly reimbursed, maybe 50, 60% by Medicare, Medicaid. Just the governor's budget this year was a 0.5% increase, so that's 0.5%. Our costs tend to go up if we kept all of our FTEs the same, at usually high single-digit to low double-digit rates, especially on the pharmacy side. And so our rate structure no longer is not increasing at the same pace as our cost structure is, if we had all of our costs under control. The second thing is the demographics in the city does make a difference. And with aging, we still have opportunities to build new programs for them. But the demographics does hurt facilities just like it does with school systems. We are also seeing many hospitals, I think, throughout the country, typically in the small rural areas, struggle to be financially viable. And that's, I think, last year, I think 79 facilities declared bankruptcy. But there's a study out there that about 646 hospitals throughout the United States are at risk for closure. So what we are prepared to do as a leadership team is to make some of the difficult choices. But obviously, since I'm just an interim, I wanted to make sure that we had the council of the assembly, because this council represents the city. But we're in a very difficult position, and I think programmatic closure is not out of the realm of what most hospitals are doing at these days, even within the hospital without the overhead burden. So it's a difficult decisions, and I think I'll stop here because I know that you're going to have a lot of questions about what we can do and how we can do. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I see Mayor Weldon, and then I'll take other names as they come up.
I'll be quick. So I truly appreciate your FY25 proposed budget by program. That sheet's pretty unnerving, for lack of better terms. Would we save money by contracting for home health? I don't see that hospice is going to go anywhere else, but can home health be contracted out or released to the private industry?
Yeah, the issue that tends to be problematic in home health is that you're paid by visit, so the number of visits makes a big difference. It's predominantly Medicare and Medicaid, so again, what tends to happen is you have rates that are set at or below your costs. And so contracting out may save a little bit of money, but it's not going to erase the problem that you have on the revenue side. It'll still be a problem, but we will look at that, we will look at those opportunities as we go through.
And Madam Chair, since nobody else has had a quick other question. So the public health, the 4 things listed here, we still have mental health services inside the hospital. These are ancillary, correct? So basically, like I said, I like to wrap things up so my brain understands it. We roughly have to come up with an income source of basically 5.4 million if we're going to keep those programs for you guys.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add, within the hospital, we have a mental health unit for inpatient stay. As part of that program, we added psychiatrists on the behavioral outpatient side. And part of that would still remain, but that program has grown very large. And typically in most communities, you see that as an independent physician practice.
Ms. Hughes-Gandes and then Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this. This is really helpful. So just to clarify one of the numbers that I heard, the FTE increase, I think you said 115 FTE. My 2 points of clarification are, was that just in what you're characterizing as sort of the core hospital, or is that inclusive of what you have under the public health side? And then was that since FY18 or since COVID?
The 115 FTEs was since FY18, and it was in the enterprise fund. The hospital, hospital, and then some of the clinics that are buried in that line to the second line. So
to your, I've got it sort of in third. So if I drop a line from healthcare ancillary, it's just that side of things. And then do you have a number for the public health side of things?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, but we could get that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Atkinson and Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I suspect I know the answer to this question. I'm not going to like it, but the 4 programs here under public health, that's not duplicated anywhere else in GNR Southeast, right? It's either us or Anchorage?
There are some programs, I think, in the community related to autism. Home health, I don't think there's any. Hospice, there's none. Behavioral health, I don't know. I think there may be some, but I don't know that. And then with the rainforest recovery, it's only about 40% of the patients there are from the city and borough of Juneau. And I do think there are other services, especially for those who are not in the recovery phase, but just have to be detoxed at the point, where they've overindulged.
Ms. Hale.
I have two questions, but I'll start with the first. Is it possible to sort of parse out and give us information, or not now, but later, on the percentage of people being served by these public health programs that are not from Juneau? Because I know there are some that are not
Yes.
from Juneau.
Yes, we are gathering that information, and so it was a question that we had. I think, for example, let's see, I was looking at the AVA. Yes, we can do that. I don't think I have all that information in front of me. I do have it for the rainforest recovery, and that's 40% of the patient population is CBJ residents. So we'll go through that for each of the program. Each of the programs, what we're doing is we're doing a financial analysis and a history of how those organizations were developed, and then the economics of those, so that we have better information on each of these programs as we go through that. So we're in the process of doing that. Be happy to come back on each of these programs to discuss them.
Thank you. And I have one other question, if I can.
Ms. Hale, is it a follow-up or?
It's not.
Okay, I've got a few other people in queue here, but I'll put you on the list. I'm going to jump in here with the question. I really appreciate the proposed budget by program. It's really helpful to have it broken out this way. But I'm curious about the difference between this proposed budget by program and the proposed budget, the overall proposed budget that's in our packet. In that kind of what you call the status quo budget, my interpretation is that the FY25 status quo budget would include a decrease in fund balance of 3.5 million, whereas this, we're talking about, $7.5 million loss. Am I interpreting the difference between those sheets correctly? And what explains the difference between these two budgets, besides how they're laid out?
So the biggest difference is going to be how we expense capital. And the one that has a $7.5 million loss, depreciation is considered, which on the CBJ format, it's actually to purchase the capital. So we have 2.5 million on that one. So that's the major difference. And then principal payments on debt is not included in the 7.5 million. What is included in the CBJ format?
Thank you for that. I have Ms. Hughes Candies and then back to Ms. Hale.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and really great question. I have the same data request as Ms. Hale already said about the resident broken out by program. And then I am sure you are tracking this, but if when we get additional information, we could also get the utilization rates, which I think might look different based on program, but for rainforest, for instance, is it being used every night, and is it full or is it half full? Is there a waiting list for some of these things? To what degree is the new building fully utilized? Whatever makes the most sense to how you're tracking it, I would love to see that. Thank you.
Happy to do that, thank you.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Warden, I don't know if you have this answer readily available, but perhaps you could seek it through some of your associations. It is my understanding from a previous CEO that many community hospitals are subsidized by their communities. And do you know any kind of percentage? Do you know how frequent that is, that there is some sort of tax base for the community hospital from the community?
I don't know the actual numbers, but I've been in communities and states where they have done that. So typically, if they're a county-run hospital, they would have some levy for that. That was particularly the case in certain parts of Indiana. There's a little bit of that in Washington, because there are not that many county hospitals. But most of the city hospitals that I started with in my career in 1978, most of them are no longer part of the city because of that very issue of burdening the citizens with a tax levy. and they wanted to separate that out. I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying this is what is done in other communities. So I don't have that answer concretely for you, but I'd be happy to do some research for it.
Follow up? That might be sufficient, I mean, if it's easy to find, but that's kind of an overall look that I'm trying to get. Thank you.
And I would only add that the states that I are mentioning, with the exception of Washington, they had a income tax that and a levy tax, so their taxes were a little bit broader base than I think my understanding allows me to understand in the state of Alaska or the city of and borough of Juneau. So they had other ways of funding things too.
Other questions? All right. I think, there still is the question of, what direction do you all need from us to move forward? I guess I'll be, upfront and say, I'm not sure this body is going to be in a place to make decisions, yes or no, to cut major, services before the end of our budget process. But that, it feels like is a conversation we're going to have over time about what things we need, what things we don't need, what things the people are willing to pay for, what things they aren't. In this moment in time, what do you all need, the board or the administration need from this body?
Right, I know the Assembly has vested their authority in the board to make these decisions, and I'd be willing and able to work with the board regarding these decisions, but we can't make these decisions in a vacuum, and that's why we've spent a lot of time trying to understand what the community needs and what your views are. So as we go forward and provide you with more information, we are still going to look at each one of these entities so that we can start making those improvements as we speak. We've already identified a number of disciplines that the hospital has to have. Number one, since the hospital costs over 60% of them are salaries and benefits, you have to be very disciplined about the number of people. We call them FTEs, full-time equivalents, because there's so many part-time people. We're also focusing on contracts. Any contract that's a nice to have, if it's outside of this community, we're terminating those. We're also looking at the reimbursement of the hospital. We believe that we can get better reimbursement, and we'd be working with our new law firm, Hall Render, as well as Mr. Palmer in the city law office to help improve that. But there's no question that there are certain entities on this list that the direct cost of the program for the volume will never have the ability to be self-sustaining. And so there's really only two things. Either the hospital continues to try and not only be self-sustaining, but add another $5 or $6 million to that, which again is the cost of health care. It may precipitate movement of more care out of the community, or it looks at what it needs to do with each of the programs and make sure that the Assembly understands what our reasoning is, and we understand what the needs of the community are.
Ms. Yusianis and then Ms. Hale.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up to that question, and I mean, I think this is a somewhat obvious answer because this is a sobering set of numbers. But if we were not to mess up our schedule for the remaining, what we've set out for ourselves in our budget schedule, and the question seems to be that the board, you'll work with the board, but obviously those are huge decisions to make in a vacuum. We've asked for a lot of numbers. Could you speak to a little bit when you're trying to make changes to an organization this large, or you're talking about sort of righting a ship that is this big? I imagine the sooner you start turning the steering wheel, the better, because it's going to take time. And at the same time, we're still going to be eating into our funds. So could you just speak a little bit to, if you got no direction this budget cycle, what you think the harm of that might be versus not trying to rush us along, but I wonder how much it behooves us to try to build this into our cycle.
If you wanted me to, if your question is what would I do absent of any board or assembly, I would focus on the hospital improvement because in our fund balance, we only have about 3 years left before it goes negative. And therefore, like most healthcare, you triage. You decide which ones are the most important for the community, and then everything else is subject to sale, closure, or some other thing. And so I would be focusing on what programs I can improve, focus on the hospital, the disciplines we need to have there. There is growth opportunities here, especially in the area of orthopedics as well as oncology. I'd be focusing on those at the same time I'm trying to skinny down the hospital. So my choices, I would focus on the enterprise fund, which was the original fund, and maybe jettison others.
Mayor Weldon.
Again, I'm just going back with what Chair Wall said, so I think you're on your own for a little bit, I'll be honest, and I think you're gonna have to rely on your fund balance a little bit, but these are pretty big discussions for the community, and I predict that we may have to go to the public at the election time and ask them what their decision is here, because like I said, you're gonna have to come up with a revenue stream, roughly $5 to $6 million if you want to keep all these programs. So we'll have to see what's important to the public, because it will definitely be likely a new tax of some sort. I won't get into the specifics because we don't want to discuss that at this time.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chair. Well, Mr. Warden, and also to Ms. Johnston, as you're having these discussions, one, I completely appreciate your bringing this very clear information to us as Assembly members and laying it out so clearly. It's quite stark, but it's important to see. But two, as you and the board are having your discussions, know, as Madam Mayor said, that the public will be incredibly interested and interested in this topic, and the Assembly is. So any decisions that get made to cut big programs, please, I plead with you all to involve us in those decisions, because we want to try to help find solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Because I'm not a resident of the city and borough of Juneau, I'm very sensitive to the fact that we need that input from them as we move forward. Obviously, I apologize for bringing such dire information to your attention. We really tried to make it so that you could understand what programs are struggling. But I feel it is a duty of mine to make sure that we make good decisions for the citizens of the city and borough, but also I have a duty to ensure that the enterprise fund really does survive in the long run for the next 138 years.
I've got a question. And we've spoken to the delicate balance between turning a ship around when it needs to and including our public in some important decision makings. And that balance is going to be super important for this discussion moving forward. When the budget that is being proposed, I know it does not at this point include cutting major public health care and public health initiatives, which is good. I don't think we're ready to make that decision, but are there other major changes to how the hospital, the enterprise is functioning to get that in a better place included in this budget, or do you need more direction to make other changes outside of cutting major public health programs?
In terms of the hospital, we do have a plan. There are some things that are important for the Assembly to know, that our Medicare reimbursement is cost-based. It's part of a demonstration project. And When you say cost base, it allocates cost to that program based upon the amount of Medicare patients you have. But it also allocates cost across to all the other entities. So as we've added entities into the legal structure, we've actually hurt our Medicare reimbursement. And that is going to require some legal work, and Mr. Palmer knows about it and Hall Render knows about it, of how do we preserve Medicare reimbursement, because our Medicare costs are going up, but we're not getting paid for them. So there's structural things that we can do that way. There's cost, there's growth, and I think there's a number of opportunities, as I said, to grow. All those sorts of things we need to do. We also have been given feedback that our costs are too high, and in some of our programs, and we need to think about, are there other programs we can reduce cost? One is 340B for the city. That's something that Mr. Barr has been passionate about, as well as is there ways that we can give better rates for our commercial carriers? I'd rather have more volume here at a profitable or very profitable, but no volume. So we're looking at that too under Joe's leadership.
Follow up on that. And so that all makes sense. Is there any, when I look at this proposed budget that we're going to accept, is there anything in there preventing you from making those changes, or is that built into the budget?
No, and we're prepared as we make these changes to improve our budget until the end, when it has to be in sync with the city and our enterprise fund. So we're more than happy to do that. I think Ms. Wendell has made a point of making sure that we're in sync and not getting that out of sync. So we're happy to do that too.
All right, thank you. Mayor Weldon.
Hopefully this was a quick question. When you're talking about reimbursement, can you talk about critical access?
Yeah, critical access hospitals is and I'll let Joe, if I get in trouble, it is one way of reimbursing a hospital, and it would be very beneficial to us. However, it's both a better reimbursement, but there's also limits on your hospital in terms of how many patients you can have in your hospital at any one time. It's a limit of 25. And so we have to go through a legal process as well as determination of, if we grow, are we going to constantly hit above that level? And so right now, when we have the cruise season happening, we do hit above that 25 into the 30s. And so then it's a clinical issue of those extra 5. Should they really have been in the hospital, or they should have been in a nursing home or some other way? So we're right on the margin, and it's not, the money looks good legally. We're not quite sure we can make that. Joe, was there anything else you wanted to add?
And this is something else we started conversations with Hall Render on this week. And so the analysis is just getting started on that piece.
Any other questions from the committee? I feel like we should provide some direction, even if it's not specific to this year's budget. Does anyone have a motion to provide some high-level direction to the hospital? Mayor Weldon.
You're looking at me like I have the motion, so I'll make one. Let's see here. I guess at this time, we'll accept the Bartlett Regional Hospital budget as accepted, keeping in mind that you guys are trying to make some moves. Does that work well enough for you, or are you looking for something a little different?
I think that's good, but I do think the body needs to, if we're going to walk through a larger conversation with the hospital board and the community, we should make that clear to the board, what we're asking them to bring back to us.
Can we have a 2-minute recess? Thank you.
Oh. Oh, I don't know what that means. They don't agree. First of all, I feel so bad.
I feel bad. Smells great.
So just make a motion to accept your budget with the idea that we can have a community discussion on keep regarding the mental health and hospice care.
Some of these.
Some of those, yeah.
Before you make that, there's two concerns I typically have. First of all, time is of the essence, as you already know. What you may not know is uncertainty really means that people get so uncertain they tend to drift off. I want to be able to keep the best players. So, just keep that in mind in terms of the time frame, because people are already kind of on the edge of what they're going to do.
Yeah, as long as you guys know what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
we'll come back with real detail.
We do, and we're gonna work our tails off to make it.
She's gonna make us work her tails off.
And like you said,
Thank you for calling for recess. I'll send it back to Mayor Weldon for a more clear motion.
thank you, Madam Chair, and obviously the hospital budget is very tricky and complex, and we encourage the hospital to keep making their movements of trying to streamline things and come up with creative ways of reimbursement, but at this time, the motion is just to accept the Bartlett Regional Hospital budget as presented.
Any objections? Ms. Husanides.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'm not sure I'm going to maintain my objection, but I will object for a comment to say I very much appreciate that I feel like the board and hospital staff are very cued into that the assembly needs to be working together so we're all bringing the community along. I have some concerns about accepting it at this point. I think it's fine to give the direction to say, we're not gonna, you said rely on your fund balance, or we're not comfortable maybe with major cuts at this point. But it almost feels like a surprise to, I think at the same time, having just gone through this with the school board, at the same time the community is realizing that the hospital is in dire financial straits, then the follow-up is, and when the budget's done with that. So, and maybe that's all we can do if we're not comfortable without more information. And that part I agree with. I guess I'll just say that I think there's a middle ground between doing something right now, this budget cycle, because that doesn't feel feasible, is what I'm feeling like the consensus is for all of us.
in terms of cuts, but there should be that middle ground between waiting another year, another budget cycle to do something. And so I think I will remove my objection with the understanding that we're going to live in that middle ground, and between now and next budget cycle, we're going to have to not only look at this more closely, but do something about this, not just wait a year to eat through our fund balance.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I think along those same lines, I think what seems to have come out of this discussion, especially as the CEO pointed out, if we continue with, it's my understanding, if we continue with the currently funded budget dipping into savings, the hospital's going to be out of money in 3 years if something doesn't change. I think what I heard expressed was that the hospital would like our input and the community's input. And so I think this might be similar to what Ms. Hughes Candies is saying, is that I think, sooner rather than later, we need to go about getting that input, whatever that ends up looking like. And with that, I'll withdraw my objection.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna say that we are done with the Bartlett section of this agenda, unless there's anything else you need from us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the wonderful work that our physicians and nurses do at the hospital.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Yes, yeah. We are ahead of schedule now and have lunch coming up. I'm going to use this little bit of extra time on our agenda to come back to Madam Manager's question for you all. So an opportunity for some reflection from the Assembly. You've been studying your budget book. You listened to some great presentations this morning. If you had the opportunity to unilaterally change one thing about our current budget, and we're talking like, it could be specific, could be high level, can't be like, if you could change the world, what would you change? So I just meant like, you can't be like, I wish we had more money. That's not super helpful. I would say I will take folks in the order that they're ready to answer that question. Mr. Kelly is ready. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think one thing I found, and this isn't really the contents of the budget so much as the presentation. One thing I did find helpful was seeing the FTEs kind of laid out in there with the budget. I'm not sure if the rest of the Assembly would find it useful, but when I'm looking at the budget, I think I would also find it useful to have the mill rate impact between the current and the previous fiscal year laid out with the budget items.
Do you mean for the entire budget, or for each item, or by program?
I think I mean by program.
I seen Ms. Flick nod her head, so I think we can work on something that may suit your needs. Thank you. I saw Mayor Weldon's ready to answer the question next.
I know that we gave not only our staff, city staff, especially our directors, an impossible task of keeping the mill rate at 10.16. But I will endeavor to, that's what I don't like, having to move it up to 10.32. Totally justifiable. Why? Because we inherited 3 buildings, but I'm hoping between filling those buildings and some creative pencil sharpening of the Assembly, we can bring that back down to 10.16.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. I'm going to Mr. Smith next.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Can you hear me okay?
You can. Begin with us.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I guess my comment and just goal is, and I know it's one I think shared by staff, is just that knowing that, just doing our best to not over collect on property tax, and keeping, I mean, it's a mill rate thing, but it's an estimate thing, and also consideration of sales tax collection. So, and things maybe like mill rate debt service. So that's my kind of overall hope. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I have Ms. Hughes Candies and then Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the question. I think if I could unilaterally do something, no one can cut this mic, I would, I would include big one-time housing spending, and because the mic can't get cut, I would also do less aggressive forecasting.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Ms. Atkinson and then Mr. Bryson.
I should have gone first because now I seem unoriginal, but I'm going to echo what the mayor and Mr. Smith said. I do understand that we sort of got a surprise with the new school buildings, but I really would like to see, I don't know how we get there, and I'm not trying to say we can wave a magic wand and get rid of it, but I would like to see the mill rate go back to what it was at 10.16.
Mr. Bryson and Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've asked this question before. We're doing a 2-year budget cycle, 25 and 26. So if there was any way that, as we're setting a 2-year cycle, could the second year be less intensive of having to learn if we're going through a very intensive process to set up 1 and 2, could the second year be less meeting time because we've already kind of done a lot of the lifting? That would be my magic wand request.
Mr. Bryson, thank you for that. I think that's been something that's been discussed at some point, and we can take it up at some point also to see whether this 2-year, the way that we do this serves us. Mr. Smith, I see your hand. I'm going to make sure all other assembly members get a chance to talk, and then we'll come back to you. Oh, hands down. All right. Ms. Hale, and then I'll put in my comment because I think that's everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in looking at that debt service mill rate as part of the package that Madam Mayor is talking about, looking at. I was comparing it to having a 30-year mortgage, and most people who have 30-year mortgages make their mortgage payments every month, and they pay it off in 30 years, or they pay it off when they sell their house. And some people are very aggressive, and they make extra payments, and they pay it off in 15 years, because that's really important. I just want to point out that if we are preserving that mill rate, and the way we do it is to pay off the debt early, what we're doing is we are asking our residents to pay more in taxes in order to pay off that debt early. And I feel like, I know there's a fear that when we need that debt service mill rate to go up, and we are going to need that because the state is simply not funding the kinds of things like wastewater and schools that it used to fund, so we are going to need that. We earn more credibility with our public when we're willing to drop it when we don't need it as much, and then bump it back up when we actually do. So I would like to seriously consider dropping that debt service mill rate to where it should be, which I believe is 0.75. And I would like to get our overall mill rate a little bit lower than the 10.16. And we do have some creative mechanisms.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Thanks everyone for your comments. Super interesting to hear what's on people's minds. I think I'm also interested in having that debt service and mill rate discussion. You know, I was someone who advocated for keeping it flat so we can continue to invest long term. And I still believe that, but I definitely think I would much rather be looking at that than using fund balance to offset a mill rate reduction, but really appreciate why the manager did what she did with the mill rate. It helps to set up our conversation so that we can be thinking about long-term sustainability. So, all right. Before we break here, just a question for staff. We have JSD showing up at 1 o'clock. We are ahead of schedule. Any chance they are going to be here early, or should we plan on taking an hour-long break?
Madam Chair, we could squeeze the airport in. That one's quick. I don't know. I think we were planning on having the airport vice chair here. I don't see.
All right, so let's take a 45-minute lunch break if that works for the body, and then try to get started on something a little early if we can, whether that's with school district or airport. Thanks, everybody. All right, we are bringing us back into session here. We're going to try to keep moderating that fan, leaving it on to keep the temperature down, but if you can't hear, we can shut it off. So just continue to communicate on that. All right, we are going to change the order of our agenda a little bit, given that we're starting early. So we're going to go to the Juneau International Airport item, which is, Ms. Slick, can you tell us what page in our packet or
Absolutely.
binder here we're looking at?
Yeah, so it's number 8 in your agenda, and it's page 276. 276. And it starts with a memo from Mr. Barr and is followed by the airport slide deck.
Excellent. And I believe our plan is, Mr. Barr, you're going to give us a little overview, and Mr. Spencer is here to answer any questions. Is that our plan? We're not, is there a presentation, I guess? No. Okay. All right, Mr. Barr, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Wall. This will be very quick. The airport manager isn't here today. We do have Vice Chair Spencer. The usual airport presentation that you are used to seeing is in your packet. If you want to review that, I'm sure the airport manager would be happy to entertain questions. The memo for me on packet page 276 it clarifies something that is not new, but is new to us on the CBJ side. So one thing that we noted as we were working through the budget process this year, that what the airport board approves, the airport board budget, is not the same thing that you approve. The airport board approves primarily the airport board operating budget, or at least the significant portion of the operating budget that is related to airport rate setting. But it does not, as part of that budget process, approve the rest of the airport budget that is not associated with rate setting, and that is a small portion of the operating budget, capital and debt service. That's normal for the airport board. The airport board does approve its capital expenditures, and by association, its debt on a project-by-project basis, and they do talk about their capital and debt service. It's just the process is a little bit different from our process and the assembly process. And we have had conversations with Ms. Watto and are planning on correcting that next year so that what the airport board sees and what the assembly ultimately sees and approves is the same thing. There is a graph at the bottom of that memo for me on 276 that shows the difference between what the airport board has seen and approved and what you are being asked to approve. And with that, I think I'll stop and see if there are any questions. Thank you, Cheryl.
Questions for Mr. Barr? Mayor Weldon?
I don't know if Mr. Barr can answer that, or even Mr. Spencer. I'm looking at page 282, and it says FY24 anticipates revenue shortfall due to a decreased passenger traffic, and I wondered why there was just decreased passenger traffic. Because it seems like their planes are full.
Mr. Barr does not have an answer. Mr. Spencer, do you have information you could share? If not, we can send that question back, but please.
Not a lot of information. When we launched into the recovery from COVID, the expectation was that passenger counts would be the same as when we went into COVID. Actually, they've actually been a little bit lower, is my understanding at this point. So that's part of the genesis.
In follow-up, but people don't know why, is that?
Yeah. So, to be.
Good question, Mayor Weldon. Other questions, either for Mr. Barr, Mr. Spencer, or questions that you'd like to send back to Ms. Watto if these folks can't answer them? Mayor Weldon.
I didn't see any questions, so I have a motion for you. I move that the Assembly approve the expenditure table on the memo from Mr. Barr and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, that's so moved. Go ahead, Madam Hale, Ms. Hale.
Thank you. Madam Hale, I kind of like that one, yeah. So at the bottom of the table, and maybe this is for Mr. Barr or maybe for Ms. Flick, there is the Assembly is being asked to approve budget. Are we being asked to approve that as well as that colorful bar in the middle, table in the middle?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I understand the question correctly, you are only being asked to approve you are being asked to approve the complete budget, which is the table at the bottom of that memo. Not the colored portion is what the airport board saw and approved, which is a portion of that lower table.
Okay. And is that what we just approved? Okay, super. Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. All right, that is gonna, do you have a question? Oh, no. All right, we're gonna go back to number 6 on our agenda, which is the Juneau School District. Thank you, Mr. Hauser, for being here. We have about 45 minutes for this discussion, so feel free to give us a presentation. We may interrupt with some questions, and then we may have some questions for you afterwards. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Mr. Muldoon and Ms. Sorensen for being here as well.
And the packet page is 206.
Thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. Frank Hauser, Superintendent, Juneau School District. Just want to take this moment to let you know how much I appreciate the opportunity to present the FY25 JSD budget submission to the Assembly. Academic outcomes and student opportunities have been at the center of the school reconfiguration conversation since before the extent of the current and ongoing budget deficit was identified. Over a decade of decreasing enrollment and stagnant public education funding at the state level made it necessary to reimagine academic structures and how programs and instruction are provided in the district. Throughout the reconfiguration conversations, the 4 pillars and core values of the strategic plan have been central. Through this transition, the district is committed to a continued focus on student achievement and students' ability to meet short and long-term academic goals, ensuring equity and access to classes and activities for all students, and expanding partnerships and relationships to support students, staff, and the community. Between January and March 2024, the District and Board of Education held numerous budget, finance committee, public input, staff, and board meetings to garner parent, community, staff, student, and stakeholder feedback on the district's budget and on the reorganization models. These are the public meetings held on school reorganization and the budget. There were also several community input sessions facilitated by outside groups. The timeline and opportunities for public input were so extensive that I needed 3 slides These are all of the February's meetings and public and staff input sessions, including the community conversation hosted by Central Council, Tlingit and Haida, at which I presented. Here's the final page. So that's 36 public meetings and community listening sessions with opportunities for input and feedback since January. I had more meetings beyond this. At one point, I was presenting at about 4 public meetings a week. In addition to all the public meetings and opportunities for written feedback on the budget and school reorganization and consolidation, the district made available on our website budget presentations, newsletters, and documents. This and the following slides list all of the publicly available documents on the district website. This is page 2 of the list of publicly available documents on the district website. And here is the final page. Due to the unexpected FY24 budget shortfall that was discovered mid-year, the district and the Board of Education had to take immediate action towards balancing the FY24 budget, while simultaneously working on the budgeting process for FY25. Board action to adopt structural changes positioned schools for the future and was pivotal in the development of the FY25 budget. The board's adoption of the school reconfiguration and consolidation plan reduced the initial FY25 projected deficit by nearly 50%, approximately $5 million, and prevented devastating reductions in staffing levels, program offerings, and student supports. With board action on the reorganization plan and a $680 BSA increase approved by the legislature, had it not been subsequently vetoed by the governor, few, if any, reductions in force would have to be needed. It's important to note that the FY25 projected deficit does not include any of the FY24 deficit. The FY25 budget includes appropriations for the district's operating fund and all special revenue funds totaling $85,397,373. It represents a drastically reduced funding level of the operating fund with lesser adjustments in other funds. And you will see the breakdown of the operating fund at about $67.8 million, student activities at about $2.9 million, targeted assistance programs at $5.7 million, professional development at $420,000, student services at $168,000, and ancillary services for student and community at $8.2 million for that total amount of $85.3 million. A list of all revenue funds is available in the submitted budget documents on page 14. The list includes all special revenue funds, including grants, non-instructional, as well as any tuition or payments. The FY25 budget presents an operating spending plan based on a projected enrollment of 4,025 students, including 100 intensive students, 84 integrated pre-K students, which count as 0.5 ADM, or average daily membership, and 186 Homebridge homeschool students, which count as 0.9 ADM. The projected enrollment represents a loss of 140 students, or a reduction of 3.4% from FY24. In addition, the budget is built on a static level of state funding through the base student allocation, or the BSA, of $5,960. The City and Borough of Juneau has historically provided the maximum allowed local contribution as specified in the state foundation funding formula. The budget assumes that continued support. FY25's maximum contribution is $34,432,039. And it reflects an increase in local contribution of $3,656,239, which is the maximum allowed local contribution for the operating fund for FY25. The operating fund expenditures reflect ordinance number 2024-01 BA of $1.65 million for non-instructional shared services.
Mr. Hauser, if we could go back to that slide for a sec. We have a question from Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hauser. My question is just about the revenue assumptions. You outlined what that your student projection was, and you broke that down. I'm wondering historically how this applies to the number of your Homebridge students, and any loss of students to other, like Raven or what, the other private. If you factored in, if you were basing those just on historic, or how much you factored in students leaving the district based on the schools closing?
No, through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Hughes-Kennedys. In looking at building the projections across all of our schools, as well as Homebridge and JCCS and alternative programs, we did take into consideration the 3.4% reduction across the board, but also worked closely with principals to try to look at and determine the trends that they've been seeing over the last few years and what they might look like for a reasonable projection for enrollment based off of the reduction of 3.4% or 140 students, which was the reduction of enrollment from the demographer that the district received.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. I don't think I did a good job asking the question. So this is based on the demographer and what they've seen historically, not, for instance, people leaving because they're upset, Thunder Mountain students who would leave the district because they don't want to go to JD, that sort of thing.
Thank you for that clarifying question through the chair. What I would say is that the demographer took a little bit longer to get the information to us, and part of that was because of what they were seeing in the communication online and through some of the uncertainty that was being generated by the deficit that was facing the district. And so the demographer, in conversations that I had with him, was taking that into consideration when putting forward that projection to the district.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I see you budgeted on the flat-based student allocation. I assume that means you also didn't budget for one-time funding from the state, and I was also wondering, did you budget on any state increase to transportation dollars?
Yeah, thank you for the clarifying question to the chair. We built the budget on $5,960, the BSA. We were not taking into consideration any potential one-time funding that would be coming. Through the process, and of course, when the budget was adopted, it was later on that night that the governor vetoed the bill. All indications had been that the conversations were about the base student allocation and the potential for the base student allocation, but all indications are on transportation. There was no conversations, and it really seemed as if there was support there for the base student allocation. And so the budget does have about $400,000 in transportation funding increase, which was taken in because there had been no indication. And in fact, some of the conversations had been giving us the belief that their pupil transportation was recognized as a need and was going to be included outside of the potential for a BSA veto or line item veto through that process. And so there is that consideration for pupil transportation, but that was one area we were looking at for the $200,000 support from the Assembly too for pupil transportation to potentially offset some of those costs that we might be incurring for FY25.
You can continue, Mr. Husser. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The FY25 operating fund proposed revenue totals $67,827,373, a decrease of $7,394,327, or a reduction of 9.83% from the FY24 approved operating fund budget. This chart reflects estimated revenue by source. District operating funding sources are comprised of local, state, and federal revenues. The use of fund balance would also normally be included. However, given the current financial health of the district, no fund balance use is available or anticipated for the FY25 operating fund budget. I believe this is the first time in JSD history that local contributions by the city and borough of Juneau have exceeded the revenue from state foundation funding. Local contribution is based on the full and true value of taxable property in the city and borough and recognizes inflation and value adjustments. State funding has remained relatively flat for over a decade, allowing local funding to catch up and, as we are seeing this year, surpass state funding. There has been no meaningful increase to the base student allocation since 2014. Approximately 90% of the district's operating budget is allocated directly to personnel costs. Negotiated wages and health benefits costs comprise most of the district's operating fund. The FY25 proposed budget includes step movement and increases to salary scales based on existing collective bargaining agreements for all groups. This chart offers a summary of the FY25 operating fund expenditure budget categorized by function, as described in the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development's chart of accounts. A list and description of the state chart of accounts is on page 31 of the submitted budget document. Function 100 through 350 is identified funds for student instruction in our schools. It equals $52.1 million of the $67.8 million, or 77% of the operating fund budget. It will take a combination of solutions to resolve the long-term effects of the district's financial position. Immediate cuts to current operations and larger structural changes to reduce costs, including consolidations and closures, were required to provide ongoing savings and balance the budget. Reorganization and consideration will maintain as much support, opportunity, and programming for students as possible. This is the board-adopted school reorganization and closure plan. You will see 6 elementary schools, grades K through 6 at neighborhood schools, 1 middle school, 7th and 8th grades at Thunder Mountain, 1 high school, grades 9 through 12 at Juneau Douglas High School, Yada Akakle. Alternative and optional programs for Montessori Borealis, Juneau Community Charter Schools, and Yokuskidakihiti High School will be located at the Zantakihini campus. Tlingit Culture, Language, and Literacy, the TCL program, will be located at Harborview Elementary School, and the district office will be located either at Thunder Mountain or Zantakihini. At this point, I do not believe there will be space at Harborview. In addition, the district is closing 3 facilities and relinquishing them back to the city and borough of Juneau. That is the Marie Drake Building, Floyd Dryden Middle School, and the district office building. When we talk about maintaining or even increasing opportunities as a result of consolidation, I'll give an example. In conversations I had with JD and TM principals previously, there have been around 200 high school students in the district who had to take online classes or had free periods in their school day due to scheduling conflicts, lack of teachers to teach specific classes, or the need to offer classes on a rotation due to limited enrollment numbers. But now, as a result of the consolidation, high school students next year will have more academic opportunities, course offerings, and in-person classes. Students are collectively registering for classes next year. Previous TM students next year will have access to additional advanced math and science classes and other elective offerings, in addition to 13 more career technical education courses, including woods, metals, small engines, house build, and auto mechanics. That's dozens of additional classes TM students will have access to as a result of the consolidation. Previous JD students will also have additional and new science and elective options available. In order to meet the demands of
Mr. Hauser, Mr. Brayson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hauser, thank you. So I have heard that students will have more academic opportunities, but the complaint that I heard, what about athletic or extracurricular activities? The concern is, like, the volleyball team had over 100 participants between the 2 high schools. What will the volleyball team look like next year? Will there still be 100 spots if 100 girls want to sign up for volleyball under one high school model?
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Member Bryson. This will actually come up later in this presentation, specifically about activities and support for activities funding. The district is requesting that the Assembly continue to fund activities at the $1.2 million at the high school level, specifically to make sure that we're able to ensure and provide those opportunities for any student that wants to participate. If we need to hire additional assistant coaches, we want to be able to make sure that that happens for our students in the consolidated high school, so that any student that wants to participate in one of the activities, whether it's a sport, whether it's drama debate, whatever that activity, extracurricular activity may be, we want to be able to provide that support for those students. And that is a commitment that I feel really strongly about. I know it's a desire of the board, as well as something that the parents have expressed and the students have expressed as well. And I would like to be able to honor that and provide that opportunity for every single student, because I think we all recognize through your previous support of activities the importance of extracurricular after-school activities for students.
Mayor Weldon.
Since we're talking about it right now, I know when the high school was consolidated in the past, you had quite a robust intramural program. Are you guys looking at continuing that, or have we not got there yet?
I haven't necessarily, we've talked about even at the middle school level, and also potentially utilizing and having some C teams come in and compete to provide some of those opportunities for C teams. We've not, there've been conversations that I've had just recently at some of the activities consolidation conversations that have been taking place, but I can't speak to how much detail because I wasn't actually at that meeting, but they have been conversations that have happened, because even though we are consolidating, we still want to be able to provide the opportunity for competition, which is an important part of participating in activities and sports.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And maybe you're already going to get to this perhaps. With the expected PTR of 26 for K through 3 and 30 for the rest of the other grade bands, do we have an estimate on what the actual, that I know from my previous experience on the school board that does not necessarily mean that the largest, all class sizes or the largest will be 30. Do we know what to expect perhaps for on the larger end of what that'll mean for some of our classrooms?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Member Kelly's question. Thank you for bringing that up. I think that is oftentimes a piece that's confused and lost on people when we talk about PTR from a budgeting perspective. It's a budgeting tool to help us project. It's not a guarantee that every single class is going to be 30 if it's grade 4 through 12 or 26. I often will talk about, before K through 3 was 23.5. That's challenging too, so we want to make sure that we recognize that it is a budgeting tool. We are still in the process of staffing and working through the reduction in force that will be taking place. We have FTE allotments for our schools, but as far as staffing, we're working through those specifics on that. That will be taking place within the next couple of weeks. To go to your question, though, I think we will continue to have some courses that will be higher. Some of your bands and orchestras and music classes will probably be a little bit larger. As a previous band teacher and orchestra teacher, I always welcomed larger band and orchestra classes. It was a good use of FTE, I used to tell my principals, because, it was, effective. We had plenty of students, and having a large band was a great thing to behold and to direct. PE classes as well tend to be a little bit larger. We also know, having spent, 7 years in the high schools as an assistant principal and a principal, you're going to have smaller AP courses or remediation courses to try to address specific needs or to provide those enrichment opportunities. And so there's a balance with trying to find what that ideal class size is, and we shoot for that 30, from a budgeting perspective and stay there. But we also know that in order to be able to have those advanced placement courses, you might have to have an advanced placement course that's in the 25, 23. The consolidation helps in that, because there have been years, for example, one of our high schools, we were unable to offer a physics class this year because we just did not have the numbers to make that feasible. You can't run a physics class with 5 to 6 students. It's just not economically feasible, especially going into next year based on the budget deficit that we're looking at and that balanced budget that was needed based on a flat state funding. So you recognize some of that, but through the consolidation, being able to pull 2 groups of high schools together, so students, and say, okay, it might only have been 12 at one school and 10 at another, but now it's much more feasible to run a physics class with 22 than it was to run a physics class with 12 or 10. And so we're going to have variances in the PTR or the class sizes based on that. The goal is looking at course enrollments, which students are doing right now. determining the interest, building a schedule around what the student interests are, and then making sure that the staffing meets those student needs for schedules to have a robust course offering that is addressing the specific classes those students' needs. And that's at middle school as well. Absolutely. All right. So I'll talk a little bit, in order to meet some of the demands of the balanced budget and to make efficient use of the school facilities, the pupil-teacher ratio did need to rise at all levels. However, the board adopted reorganization plan prevented PTRs from skyrocketing. The PTR used to calculate the classroom teacher allocation for the FY25 budget are kindergarten through third grade, 26, and fourth through 12th grade, 30 students. The FY25 budget will eliminate up to 46.5 teacher positions, FTE, 31.5 classified positions, and 3.5 administrator positions. And that's after the savings realized through the reorganization and consolidation of schools. I would like to remind everyone how great an effect the legislators' approved BSA increase would have had on the proposed FY25 budget. The increase of $680 to the BSA would bring an additional $5.2 million in revenue to the FY25 budget. Few, if any, reductions in force would have been needed with the BSA increase and the adopted reorganization and consolidation plan. I also would like to stress again that the board's action in selecting a plan that consolidates high schools at JD and middle schools at TM has minimized reductions in force and increases to the PTR by dropping that projected deficit starting point from FY24 from approximately $10 million to $4.7 million. Had Governor Dunleavy not vetoed the BSA increase, few, if any, reductions in force would have been needed. However, reductions in force and/or the pupil-teacher ratio could be positively modified following a subsequent increase to the BSA or if additional funds are allocated. The district requests the Assembly fund K-12 instructional programs through the operating fund at $34,432,039, which is the maximum allowed contribution according to the state foundation funding formula. This is an increase of $3,656,239 over the FY24 approved budget. The additional funds are a result of an increase in the 2023 full and true value of taxable property in the city and borough of Juneau. The district also requests an additional $2,040,000 for the following non-instructional programs: student activities, transportation, food service, pre-K, community schools, and learn to swim. This is an increase of $215,000 over the FY24 approved budget. I want to mention high school activities in particular, which I just spoke to earlier. With the consolidation of the two high schools into one, the district is committed to providing the same level of access for students wishing to participate in student activities. The district is therefore requesting the same funding level for high school activities in FY25 as in FY24. JSD administration and the board are committed to establishing solid financial footing for the district moving forward. The commitment is foundational to the district's mission and strategic plan and essential to ensuring opportunities for current and future Juneau students. The FY25 budget reflects the district's commitment to transparency, to effective and efficient use of resources, and to fiscal responsibility. It represents our best effort to accurately anticipate or request funding resources and to work within that level to provide a comprehensive yet sustainable level of service for our students and community in fulfilling our vital mission to provide all students with meaningful, relevant, and rigorous learning experiences in order to graduate diverse, engaged citizens ready for a changing world. The FY25 budget repositions the district from a multi-million-dollar deficit to a balanced budget. On behalf of the district and the board, I would also like to take this opportunity to again thank the Assembly and the CBJ staff for their continued support of the students, staff, and community of Juneau through your support of the Juneau School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. Questions from the Assembly? Ms. Hale.
Just a couple of questions. I'm just looking at the transportation line, which has increased by 50,000. If you could describe or touch on that, and then it might be a question for Mr. Deputy Manager, Madam Manager, the moving rally out. I know we've talked about that for years. And I noticed that community schools is still there, so I'm not sure just what's going on there. Maybe somebody could clarify that for me.
Through the chair to Madam Hale. So transportation right now, we are still in the process through the reorganization, coordinating. According to the conversation I had with First Student, who is our transportation contractor, provides busing for the Juneau School District. The model that was adopted is the best model that could have been adopted for transportation. It maintains the route numbers anywhere from 32, 33, 34, so around the same number of routes for the district. There will be some routes because, now middle school will be at Thunder Mountain, JD will be at TM. There will be some routes that will be longer, so there is an anticipated increase in some costs for the routes being longer. There also is an annual, contract renewal that takes place, which is usually based around the CPI, and so it takes that into consideration. And so when looking at transportation funding increases, we are anticipating an increase in transportation funding. In addition, the district currently is looking at, if projections and trends hold true, having a deficit for FY24 in transportation of about $280,000. And so we know that there's going to be a need to increase transportation funding for FY25 just based on current trends that we're seeing for FY24.
Yes.
Did you say a deficit in transportation for FY24 of 280,000?
That is correct, yes. Right now, if trends continue through the rest of the year, we are looking at potentially a $280,000 deficit in the cost that was for transportation. So that would need to be covered through the operating fund or other savings that are realized through the district for FY24.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess another follow-up, but maybe someone else will get to this. So the deficit for 24 is higher than the ask for 25, but busing will be different, I guess.
Thank you through the chair to speak that. So a couple of things I would say. One, and if I'm remembering correctly, there has not been an increase in pupil transportation since 2014, really the FY 2015. So those costs have just continued to go up for almost a decade. So the state has not changed the foundation for pupil transportation. The $280,000 is asked from the city, but remember earlier, the district did build in an additional $400,000 to the budget for FY25 based off what we believed was, support for pupil transportation funding increases. And so that's in looking at the budget, while the $280,000 projected deficit for this year, we did build in an increase as well as anticipate some additional increases for next year.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to ask Superintendent Hauser, it's in your memo, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you say it during the presentation. Page 60 of your memo, you outline what the current reduction in force would be. Would you just confirm that it's currently over 46 teacher positions, 31.5 positions, and 3.5 administrator positions? That is what the current reduction in force for FY25 budget is.
Mr. Smith, we're having a hard time hearing you. I think Mr. Hauser got your question, but just so you know. Mr. Hauser.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Wall, Chair Wall. To Member Smith's question, yes, the budget that is currently before the Assembly that was passed by the board on March 14th has a reduction in teaching positions FTE of 46.5, of classified positions of 31.5, and 3.5 administrative positions.
Any follow-up?
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is tiny in comparison to the budget, but just to make sure I've been tracking along, you talked about the high school activities and
maybe middle school activities, why the logic for keeping those, or did you mention the Learn to Swim, the increase there?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the Learn to Swim, and quite honestly, this is one that's really important to me. I actually got my start. I think my passion and my love for education started when I was 16 years old working as a lifeguard at the Palmer Pool and got my water safety instructor, adaptive aquatics, and started teaching swimming at age 16. And I did that for many summers through college. That's how I paid my way through college, as a lifeguard and a water safety instructor. One of the most disheartening things that I kind of lived through was when the Anchorage School District got rid of the swimming requirement for graduation. And I understood why, and I got it. But for me, living in Alaska, which has more coastal waters than the continental United States combined, especially living in a coastal community like Juneau, my time at Sitka, and also living in a state that has so many activities and outdoor sports that are around water, whether it's fishing, whether it's out on the ocean, kayaking, whatever that may be. I feel very strongly about kids learning how to swim, and even adults learning how to swim. And so for me, the request to increase the Learn to Swim from 50,000 to 75,000 is really looking at opportunity to expand and provide more opportunities for our students, especially now that we're able to have all of our high school students by a pool, and before they were, but now all middle school students are by a pool. And so I really see this as an opportunity to expand and provide more access for students to be able to learn how to swim. And I'm interested in seeing about expanding that out, because we still lead the nation in drowning deaths. And if we can do something about that, I would like to be able to do that.
Do you have a question? Wait, hold on one second. I'm gonna ask a question. Well, first, I just want to say thank you to you and the board. What you all had to do the last few months is incredibly difficult, and you all did so much work to engage the public in a short order. I know those decisions were incredibly hard, and I know no one will think they're perfect, but just want to recognize the magnitude of what you all had to do to get where we are today, so thank you for that. In the case of the decisions that were made in the last few months, you were under a deadline to get those done for this coming year. But as you think forward with a lot of uncertainty about the state, knowing you'll have to pay back a loan to the city, knowing enrollment will continue to decline, is there value in long-term planning, or is there too much uncertainty at this moment to think beyond, this year?
Thank you for that question. I really appreciate that, Chair Wall. I would say this budget, this reorganization consolidation, is the district planning long-term. Looking at the demographer's report and the continued decline in enrollment numbers over the next decade, I know the further out you get, the more difficult it is to determine. There's been some positive news about the icebreaker coming to town. What impacts that may be, what might have on the district from an enrollment for our schools. But I think the budget that is before the Assembly, the ask, as well as the budget that the board approved on March 14th, really is a forward-thinking, long-range plan, because it provides the opportunities in the coming years for the district to, one, have time to look at and see the trends, which we know the initial trends of decreasing enrollment, but being able to plan for it more thoughtfully. We have, yes, the loan that's coming up, but we have now time to realize some of those savings, be more thoughtful, look at a process. If we continue to see declines in enrollment, are we going to look at the possibility of an elementary school maybe consolidating down? What might that look like? The shift of sixth graders down to the elementary school buys us time, and still, from an instructional perspective, provides a better opportunity for elementary students or sixth graders to still have that access and that support at that grade level, and really is supported by data. And so those are the things that I would respond by saying this budget before us is actually looking at not only the academic long-range goals of the district, but also the fiscal health and long-range responsible management of the district and the budget.
Thank you for that. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I actually didn't have any more questions, and sorry, were there more questions from the body? If not, I was going to bring something up that I'm working on.
I don't see any questions at this time.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to use this opportunity to inform the body of something that I'm working on. I've asked Attorney Palmer to start drafting what I'm calling a contingency funding ordinance for the school district for FY25 I believe it's about 2.3 million, up to 2.3 million for additional shared services. And I'm calling it contingency because my plan is to make it dependent on either one-time educational funding or an increase in the BSA. We discussed this, in February, I believe it's forever ago. At the time, I didn't support funding that for 25 because I think we all just we asked the school district to do the hard work and we wanted to see what that looked like. I believe they have done that. They have had brutal lengths of meetings over extremely contentious topics, many meetings, and have found savings through consolidation. And if the state funded a $680 BSA or a one-time equivalent, they would have a balanced budget and wouldn't need to do these major reductions in force. Knowing that state support is questionable and that we won't know that until probably June, my plan is to introduce this contingency ordinance and bring it before the body to decide if they want to introduce it, to provide some certainty to our staff who, as you heard, up to 80 or so positions are slated for reduction in force, to provide some certainty for our staff that should the state not kind of fulfill their obligation to increase funding, that the city will help to some amount. I want more details for me to figure out and things to do there, but I just wanted to raise that to the body and also let the body know that this idea will be part of our, I intend and have understood from the attorney and understood that it works for the school district to do it, to evaluate that, address it, and vote on to whether or not to fund it throughout the course of our standard budget process. So I just wanted to raise that to the body and let people know of that work.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for that update. I'm curious if there is any reason you wouldn't want to kind of add that item to our budget pending list so that as the body considers the funding decisions in front of them, they can have that at the forefront of their mind that that is a request that you are looking at.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Wall. That is my intent, and I'm happy to make that motion at the appropriate time. My understanding is that isn't today, but happy to do that at the appropriate time. Again, that is my intent, so that we would see all those pieces down, all the cards down on the table, and we can evaluate what we're able to do. But yes, working it through the budget process and the pending list. So
great.
That is my intent.
I'll ask the body if there's any objections to putting that request on our pending list for future considerations. I see an objection from Mr. Kelly.
It's an objection more for the purposes of a question. I see, we can get that slideshow back. I guess I could also reference the copy of the slides I also have on my notebook here. So I see in non-instructional, the next to the last line in the blue, the proposed budget, it seems to actually include the shared services. So I'm wondering if Mr. Smith's proposed motion, like that 1.6 being circled is what we are. But then I think the additional that Mr. Smith is considering, would that be covered in the total non-instructional that's right below that non-instructional, that line right there, like Mr. Smith's ordinance would.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. It was a little hard hearing you, but I think I understood your question. Yeah, the up to amount that I would be proposing would be the difference between, I believe it's 1.6. I'm sorry, I had to walk away from my computer to find a less loud area. The difference between that 1.6 and about the 4, so around 2.3. And again, that's up to it. What if the state funds half of that BSA level? Maybe we don't fund the full amount, but we fund something of it. So does that answer your question, Mr. Kelly?
Perhaps a little bit. Because I think I'm interested in helping with the shared services, regardless of whatever the state, whether the state tries to meet its constitutional obligations and raising the BSA by $680 or not. I think the school district has proven that they made a lot of really difficult and consequential decisions in the recent past. And I would be interested in seeing us fund the shared services regardless of whether or not the state meets its constitutional obligations.
Mr. Kelly, can I think Mr. Smith's motion is just going to put this on a list for future discussion. And so if you don't mind saving some of your comments until that, unless you have an objection to us discussing it in the future.
Well, I'm just, okay. Take a brief look.
Yes.
Sure. Well, maybe, I mean, my thought is, if it was put on the pending list at 2.3 or whatever that, I'm sorry, the exact math is, personally, I feel if the state does provide 1/10 funding of, up to 680 or a BSA of 680, the district has said there wouldn't be needs to be, any or significant reductions in force. We obviously have a lot of priorities, so my kind of thought is, the contingency approach is, it would just provide some certainty without necessarily obligating us for that 2.3. But I think if it's 2.3 on the pending list, we can have further discussion, and Mr. Kelly may want to provide that regardless of state funding, and that's fine. But maybe having that placeholder, as you mentioned, will just keep that in front of us with an appropriate number, and we can debate and discuss, mechanisms or how, or if that does vary on state funding or not. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, do you still object?
Can we have just a brief video?
Yep. All right, we're gonna make our way back here when folks are ready. Thank you. Thank you for keeping us fed and hydrated and caffeinated. All right, Mr. Kelly, any objection to the motion to put additional shared services, non-instructional shared services on our pending list?
There is no objection. Thank you.
All right, for future discussion. Mayor Weldon, I'm not, well, let me know what your motion is. If you
I'm
have a
ready.
motion.
You ready for my motion?
Yeah.
I move that we move the general school district budget to the full assembly for approval, funding it to the cap. And anything further, I think, should be put on our pending list. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objections to that motion? Ms. Hale?
Maybe I missed something, but Madam Mayor, are you saying just the 34 million? I object for purpose of the question to the maker of the motion. Is it normal that we put the additional school district funding on the pending list? Do we normally do that? Okay, I remove my objection.
I'm going to add one piece of information here that I think is correct, which is we do normally put that on the pending list. This year, my understanding is the ask of outside the cap funding from the school district is $235,000 less than it was in the past. And so that may be a reason that we don't need to discuss it in the future, but we can figure that out if that's confusing to people.
Madam Chair, I'll make two motions then. My first motion is to move the FY25 school district budget to the full assembly for approval, funding it to the cap. And we'll start with that motion.
Any objections? Go ahead, Mayor Weldon. Seeing no, I saw no objections, so that passes.
And then I'll need help from my finance department. I'm ready to rule on this, but I don't know if other ones. I would move that we accept the non-instructional program funding. I believe it's $2,040,000. And then does that have to be moved to the assembly, or can we just accept it here?
I believe you can accept it here. It'll be part of
Okay.
the budget package.
Accept it here.
And Ms. Wall, I'll just note that on the page that we've been looking at, the $1,650,405 has already been approved by the assembly. So it's within Mr. Hauser's presentation, but that portion has already been approved.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes-Candies, do you have an objection?
I do, for purposes of clarification at this point. So, Madam Mayor, my expectation based on you saying you were going to divide it was that your second motion was going to be everything outside the cap was moving to the pending list based on what we just said, that that's the historical practice. It sounds like now you're taking a specific row of things outside the cap. So trying to do math here on my page. So is that, and thank you, Ms. Fleck, for reminding us that the 1.65 is already approved. So which portion, is it the 3.69 minus the 1.65 you're moving to accept? So you are scrapping the first motion you made?
No, can I speak to my motion? I'm getting my motion from the will of the chair not to talk about this later on. And it's, the motion comes from the addition of the $1,565,000 plus the $475,000. So still up in the blue, K-12 non-instructional programs and other programs. To accept those two numbers, which add up to $2,040,000.
And I'll just say, I think it's totally up to the body. If we want to talk about this at a later date, we have time in our schedule to do that, to talk about non-instructional costs. Normally we do. And the only reason I said anything is if it's less than, the year before, sometimes people don't want to talk about it. But I would say if there's someone who wants to talk about it, think about it, then we can put it on the pending list.
Yep, and Madam Chair, just to go along with what we're saying, we normally approve this anyway, even though we put it on the pending list, so we're just trying to jump a step. But if the assembly's not ready for that step to be jumped, just takes a few of you to object and we'll stop.
Ms. Candies, do you want to maintain your objection?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to maintain my objection, and I'll speak to it if you permit it. I didn't take that to be that it was the will of the chair so much as a comment illustrating that this was less than what we normally do. I would just point out what's different than what's normal is we also are taking on 3 buildings, and we have a loan out, and we want to set the school district up for success. So personally, I don't know if it's the will of the assembly or not, but we have just so many moving pieces, and since it's the first budget session we're having, I'd like to keep that and look at it in the context of everything else we're doing.
Comments from others? I'll just state, I think if there's somebody, if I'd rather talk about this if we have time than leave someone feeling not ready to move forward. So I'd object as well, but we can call roll. Mayor Weldon.
I'll just remove the motion. How about that? I move that everything else in regard to the school district goes to our pending list.
Staff, are you clear on what we just did?
I believe so, but I would love to just speak it back to make sure that we've got this. We have approval that to the cap, the 34 million is ready to proceed. You have that currently scheduled for April 29th to take action on within our timeframes. And then I hear 2 things on the pending list. One is what we just discussed, the rest of the items in the non-instructional that were presented today. And then also to come back and talk about the rest of the shared services or the 2.3 million or the contingency funding, however we want to say that, but that concept presented by Mr. Kelly and Mr. Smith. Okay.
Ed's nodding. Mr. Smith, I saw your hand. Are you all set on direction?
I'm good, Chair Wall, thank you.
All right. That brings us to item 7, docks and harbors. Mayor Weldon.
I just want to take a quick opportunity to say thank you to the superintendent for a job well done, and I just want to thank the chair, Ms. Sorensen, I went through most of your grueling meetings, and you did a great job chairing, and thank you also to Mr. Muldoon. So he inherited a mess as finance chair, and I don't know that the public knows that he came up with initial spreadsheets in the very beginning showing the problems when that administration did not have them, so the public should be aware of that. So thank you all for doing very, very good work in a very quick time frame against lots of scrutiny.
I saw Ms. Hale and then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if we could have just a brief break so that we can actually go down into the audience and personally thank people, I would greatly appreciate it. To me, what you did was like us doing COVID, and I'm just awed by the work that you did, because I know how hard that was.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a brief at ease while Docks and Harbors sets up. And if you'd like to thank are you thanking them? Because you can do them in person. You can go speak with them in person since Ms. Hale asked for that time. Thank you. We'll wait for Mr. Bryson here so we get the slides up. All right, I'll bring us back to order. Ms. Flake, will you tell us what page of the binder we are in for this?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, we are on page 259. Beautiful picture like what you see on the screen.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Feswell, thanks for being here. Go ahead with your presentation. We may interrupt you along the way.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us, and thanks for your continued support of the Docks and Harbors Enterprises. We will start just a quick overview. 9-member board. We currently have 8 members sitting on the board. We've got a vacancy open right now. Looking later in the summer, we'll have 3, potentially 4 vacancies on the Docks and Harbors board. So there's potential for a fairly new board makeup come July. So we'll see how that shakes out. And we can go to the next slide. So quick overview. This is our organizational chart within Docks and Harbors. Just to give you an idea of what you're seeing there, all your blue positions are full-time year-round positions. The yellow are either 0.5 or 0.66 FTE benefited seasonal positions, and what you see in the green is part-time limited positions, which are all budgeted at a 0.33 FTE. Those are all fairly new to Docks and Harbors. Is something we hadn't done before. Post-pandemic, with several unfunded security mandates by the Coast Guard and the need for surge staffing, primarily within the docks enterprise for cruise ship security, we realized that we had a need to reprogram some of our 0.5 FTE benefited positions into the part-time limited positions to allow us flexibility within docks to man the security shelters for the cruise ships. We are, with that, out of those on that org chart, I think there's 59 positions in there. We currently have 55 actual positions that we fill out of that. Of those, 29 are within the docks enterprise and around 20 are within harbors. We are continuing to hire for the 2024 season. We're probably, you see some of the reds on there that are vacancies as of the last 10 to 15 days. Many of those have been filled. We still have a few positions out there that we're hiring for, but we're in the best shape that we've been since 2019 for personnel. So things are looking up on the staffing side of the department. And we can go to the next slide. Docks and Harbors is very unique in our large geographical area of responsibility. When you take in Echo Cove to the north and Taku Harbor to the south, we're responsible for an area that's spread out over 70 miles. Makes us very unique in the harbor and marina world. Most harbor departments operate around one large single basin and can operate out of one centralized area. Docks and Harbors operates out of 4 different offices due to our geographical separation between facilities, and that makes it challenging at times, but due to the layout of Juneau, that's just kind of the way it shakes out and has to work. Next slide. Overview of our harbor facilities. As you all know, the 4 main harbors we have, Harris, Douglas, Aurora, and Statter Harbor. They make up around, give or take a few because of side tie moorage, which is hard to decide exactly how many slips are in side tie, around 1,000 slips. When we eventually have Aurora Harbor finished with that rebuild, we'll be back up to our 1,100 and 1,150 slips, which is our full build out of our facilities. Next slide. Some of our other properties you all know about, the port, the cruise ship docks. We have the Alt Bay Commercial Loading Facility, very heavily used by commercial landing craft operators and commercial fishermen, as well as a boat yard out there. The Alt Bay Marine Station that was excess to the needs of the federal government that we acquired around 2016, I believe. We have plans for that facility as we continue to explore the options with the Army Corps of Engineers for recapitalizing the Statter breakwater and hopefully using that property as a portal to that new breakwater. Juneau Fisheries Terminal, which you're all aware of as it's the part of the UAS lease. That's the 2.8 acres downtown between Aurora and Harris Harbor that we've been leasing for the university for many years, that we just went through the process of the reappraisal and the increase in the lease price. But university has been amazing to work with over the last year as we worked with them to decrease that lease price by providing them with services in kind, snow plowing, assembly work to provide discounted recreation passes, bus passes. We have made really great progress with them in our internship program. We're going to provide a minimum of 3 paid internships with UAS for people that are pursuing careers in the marine trades. I hope to have the first interns on board, hope maybe for the summer semester, but definitely for the fall semester. I've been working with Dr. Ortiz quite heavily on that, and HR. Got word from HR this week that those position descriptions are ready to go, so hopefully we can start advertising and get some students in that program. Have 43 uplands and tideland leases, several hundred acres. Large part of our revenue is through our lease revenue. And we also, out at Echo Cove, manage a small part of the campground out there, although most of it is on Gold Belt property. Next. Okay, this will bring us into our docks enterprise. Docks is in great financial shape. There's a steady increase in fund balance. You can see that this year we expect an increase of fund balance of a little over $600,000, and it runs between $550 and $600 over the next couple budget cycles. So we're in good financial health on the dock side, and thank you to the Assembly for the marine passenger fee support that's provided to that enterprise, which helps us with operations, especially with the new security mandates that we've had to undertake and be able to keep the cruise ships in here and maintain our security posture. Next. Couple quick little pie charts. The expenditures for the FY24 budget, we're projecting $2.7 million. Revenues are coming in back in at, what did I say? Sorry, lost my place here. 3.38. So you can see that for docks, it's a little different in harbors, but personnel services make up the majority of our budget. Commodities and service make up the other 44%. We receive most of our revenue from charges for services, i.e. moorage, and then 21% of that, like I just spoke about, comes from the marine passenger fees. Next. This is the slide that really brings it all together that I like to look at and look at the financial health of the enterprise. The blue being the revenue, orange being expense, and the green being the fund balance. With docks, it's very clear where the pandemic happened. And you can see that really good on that slide. But if you look at it, everything is coming back up to where it should be. Revenues are exceeding expenditures, and the fund balance is continually growing. So that tells the story for me that Docks Enterprise is in a healthy financial situation. Next. In summary, Docks is very strong right now. Revenues are over expenditures. We did have a couple unbudgeted expenses throughout this year. We had $120,000 extra in personnel increase for Mr. Hinton, who's our port operations manager. Once we increased the FTEs down at the docks, we realized it was well outside of his span of control to be able to manage that many people as the only supervisor. So we created a port deputy manager position who has been hired and starts Monday, actually. Former employee that left us and is now coming back to Docks and Harbors, and we're very excited about that. That'll clear Mr. Hinton up to be able to do a little better job of the administrative side of port operations and lead the deputy manager for the day-to-day on the dock with the personnel. And then the other great success story, the board helped us by establishing a second full-time security position. We now have live security 24 hours a day in the Docks and Harbors department, and it's very, very well received by our customers, so we're very happy about that. We do have an expected expenditure of around $30,000 dollars for replacement of the lighting on the Alaska Steamship dock. As you all know, all you got to be around is on a Taku Wind event in the winter with all the salt spray. It's hard to keep utilities functioning down at the port with the environmental conditions. One other thing, just to make sure you're all aware of, we are preparing an application for dock electrification through the EPA Clean Ports Grant, and that's a big project on the dock side that we're working on right now. With that, if
Mr. Caswell, if you don't,
questions about docks before we move to harbors.
Thank you for that. I have Ms. Hughes Scandies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Creswell. Just a question, I guess organizationally, we talked earlier just about the general government budget, and we talked about how departments apply for grants and match and things like that. So when Docks and Harbors is applying for this EPA Clean Ports grant, is that harbor staff writing the grant, or do you guys contract? What does that look like for you?
We're currently working with CBJ and Ashley to assist in writing that grant.
Mayor Weldon.
This EPA Clean Ports Grant Program, is there a match to that? And follow up with that, if there's a match, do you have enough fund balance for the match?
Through the chair, I do believe we plan on matching something in that, but without Mr. Yucatil here, and this process is just beginning, I'm not sure what our anticipated ask is for that.
Other questions on our docks? Oh, staff? Ms. Wendell?
You cannot see Mr. Smith right now, but he does have his hand up.
Thank you for that. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Chair Walt. I just wanted to confirm that the Harbor's FY25 proposed budget includes the new fees that went into place that we discussed at the end of last year. Just confirm that, please. Thanks.
Mr. Smith, it sounds like the party around you is getting bigger and bigger.
It is. I'm not partaking.
I heard the question, Mitchell.
Oh, I think we've got someone who heard your question.
I believe Mr. Smith's question was, in preparation of this budget, does it include the rate increases that were recently approved?
Through the chair, yes, this
That was it.
The projected actuals do include the rate increase, and for docks, that is the full 9%. When I get to harbors, our main revenue in harbors is monthly mortgage, and we're phasing that 9% in over 3 years, so it only accounts for 3% of that 9%.
Thank you. Other questions on? No. Moving on to harbors. Oh, do you have go ahead, Mayor Weldon.
I was just going to make a motion to accept the dock budget as presented, but we could, and ask for unanimous consent.
Questions? Seeing none, that's so moved. Let's move on to our harbors.
All right, next slide, please. So harbors, pretty much the same story as docks. Our revenues are exceeding expenditures with fund balance increasing. However, you will notice that for FY25, as I say that in one breath, and the next breath I say that for FY25, there is an increase through revenues to the fund balance, but we will be pulling from our fund balance in FY25, and that primarily is for our anticipated match should we receive the grant for Aurora Harbor Phase 4, in addition to the $5 million that the Assembly graciously provided us through the 1% sales tax initiative. We expect to have a little additional expenditure for that, and we also have an anticipated match for the Army Corps of Engineers General Investigation Study for the recapitalization of the Oak Bay breakwater. We expect that there will be an additional $1.5 million of congressionally directed spending authorized next year for that project, which we will be anticipated to match as well. We're currently working through potential ways of deferring part of our match of that, more to follow in the future on that, but that is what we're expecting a decrease next year just to match these projects, but if you look in the FY26, it starts going back up again.
Mr. Smith, I see your hand still. Is that just still up from before? Or do you have a question?
It is, I'm sorry.
No, no worries.
Next slide, please. Harbor's expected expenditure for FY24 is $5.2 million, and you can see back on the the revenues are expected to be 6.46, so there is that anticipated revenues exceeding expenditures. When I was talking on the dock side, where personnel were the most, on the harbor side, little bit flip-flopped with commodities and services making up the majority of our expenditures. And on the harbor side, we do have a debt service of 13% of our total expenditures, which we anticipate, I believe, running until 2032. Revenues primarily is charges for services. The rentals is our uplands leases. We do get the 7% of our revenues are from state shared revenue, or what's referred to as the raw fish tax. So thank you for appropriating half of that is received by the city to the harbor department, and then various other small things making up the remainder of that revenue. Next slide, please. Once again, this graph here showing where our fund balance, expenditures, and revenue. You can see from FY16 down to FY20, there was a fairly marked decrease in our fund balance. That was for many of the projects, the match money put forth for projects that we received the State Harbor Facilities Matching Grant for. But since FY21, that fund balance is on a steady rebound, and throughout the 10 years there, 11 years on the graph, you can see where revenues continue to exceed expenditures. Thank you.
Can I interrupt you with a question on that slide? I feel like I've asked this in the past, but how have you maintained flat expenses in the last 2 years? It seems like no one else has done that.
Thank you, Ms. Walt. We really look for ways where we can get creative and save money through partnerships and other ways where we can decrease expenditures where needed. And that's, it's not a perfect science. Sometimes that's not going to be the exact number, but that's what we strive for.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is a little bit more of a comment, but when we agreed to the revenue increase that the board brought forth to us, we had some comments that the harbor didn't need to build their fund balance. And I just want to appreciate my thanks to the board and to you all for recognizing the need to do that. So for example, you have a match for Aurora when you need to finish that harbor. So it's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So in summary, for the Harbors Enterprise, same as the docks, we're seeing strong revenues. We will exceed our expenditures. Much of the same story with personnel costs, half an FTE. Those security positions are half funded from docks, half funded from harbors. So we had the half FTE increase. We, as you all know, we had a lot of snow. I'm looking, I haven't run the numbers in the last few weeks, but between $130,000 and $140,000 in snow removal costs this year. Normally, most of that is just a budgeted expense, but this year with the heavy snow in a short period of time, I had to bring in seasonal staff back off leave, had to rent some equipment, and so I had some unanticipated costs with snow removal, the biggest of which being over $100,000 in vessel disposal costs. We had 9 boats sink during that storm. 4 of those sank within 1 hour. I'm still suffering a little PTSD from that event, but I'm getting over it. As the sun comes out and it warms up a bit. Not all of that $100,000 in vessel disposal cost was just because of the snowstorm. We had a couple of large vessels that we had to dispose of before the snow that were well outside of our term contract agreement, which was kind of construction that we had to go out to bids for.
Mayor Weldon.
So when you dispose of vessels, are you going to be able to recoup any of that money?
Through the chair, we try. We send invoices, we send accounts to collections. true recovery rate is hard to nail down. We do have several grant applications. PIDP, Port Infrastructure Development Grant Program, for the Aurora Harbor drive-down float. Most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the Alt Bay Loading Facility drive-down float. That was the first facility of that type in Southeast Alaska, and now nearly every community has one. We've always looked for ways to increase services to our commercial fishing fleet and commercial transport fleet. So this is essentially the same design, just a tad bit smaller than the Alt Bay dock. We had originally been applying for these grants to put that facility on the leased area from UAS, but with that lease agreement in flux and us not knowing what's happening there, we have pivoted, moved that project to property owned by Docks and Harbors right in Aurora Harbor, where what we call the NX float or old fuel float is right now, removing that and building the drive-down float there. We're anticipating that to be about an $11.25 million project. The board is deliberating now on what type of match to make us more competitive. We were debriefed on that project, and they said that although it was a very good project, highly encouraged us to reapply. They think it'll go. We agreed last year, the board did, to match $500,000, and the board is now looking at increasing that match to make that project more competitive. Alaska Harbor Facility Grant Program, currently we're asking for $5 million to finish building out Aurora Harbor and be done with that project. We are the only application in the pool this year, so if we're going to get that, this is our chance to get it, but there's still a lot of things to happen up the hill before we know whether we're successful in that. But our fingers are crossed, and we're choosing to look at it as positively that we're the only applicant in, because we expect next year there's going to be a lot more applicants in for that. So we're really hopeful we get that this year. Next slide. Other fees paid by, this is the interdepartmentals, the landscape, building maintenance. The main reason I'm sure you're all aware of this, I want to show this slide, is the light blue on those, in that graph is insurance costs. If you look back to FY22, we were paying $258,000 a year in insurance, and now we're paying nearly $750,000. That's almost triple in insurance. We do know that we have the third most infrastructure in the city between $250 and $300 million. So we expect that we will have high insurance costs. It's just hard to budget when it triples in a few years. So we're absorbing it, we're making it work, and maybe one day, I doubt it, I don't think insurance rates ever come down, but one can be hopeful, right? Next slide. Just a couple of our, docks and harbors, we're always dreaming, planning, or building, and continuing with that theme. Aurora Harbor, we will be substantially complete next month with that project, and I look to move boats into there right after Memorial Day. We are in the permitting process for Phase 4, which is the final and complete build-out of that project, along with our grant applications that are moving forward. And there may be a need to recapitalize the Aurora Harbor office. That was a garage that was repurposed into an office, and it's steadily falling apart, and the outside is coming in very quickly. Downtown waterfront, we've got the archipelago, the deck over down there. The Phase 2 is on hold pending any decisions on whether the City Museum may go there. And the big project, which is we're working on now, of course, is cruise ship berth electrification. ALNP has is executing an agreement with a design engineer for the design of that project. Continuing, we're always looking at ways to improve the seawalk with, there's a couple open areas left down there that potentially have a future of being decked over. Statter Harbor, Phase 3, we're done with Phase 3C. There's only one more phase to do before that project is complete, and that will be the paving, curb and gutter, hardscape, and landscape of that new area. And we will have a world-class tourism facility out there. And thank you to the Assembly for providing marine passenger funds to help with that project. It's been going for quite a while now, and it's worked out very well. The new restrooms were very well received last year, and we look to continue to build on that success. Alt Bay Marine Station, the wave attenuator or breakwater that we've been working on this project for many, many years, and thanks to Senator Murkowski for the congressionally directed spending to the Corps to get that project up and moving. Carl and I had a meeting on Thursday, I believe it was, kind of our initial kickoff meeting with the Corps of Engineers. So now we are officially, we haven't signed agreements yet, but in our minds, we're officially underway with that project. Echo Cove, there's a chance for some Pittman Robinson spending to maybe put in a boarding float out at Echo Cove like the rest of our launch ramps. Taku Harbor, Assembly provided us $750,000 for some needed repairs through 1% money, and we're also looking at matching that with some Dingle Johnson money to continue with the improvements. We consider that a extension of our downtown harbor network, highly used by our commercial fishing fleet and recreational boaters out of Juneau as well as elsewhere. Wayside Float, again, thank you for the funding for that. We're working now on a dredging design and a repair design. The plan is to pull that float out, dredge while it's out, make repairs to the float and put it back. That is very heavily used by members of the community that don't have access to boats, and we want to continue keeping that facility up and functional for the community.
So Ms. Hale and then Mayor Weldon.
Can you tell me where that wayside float is?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. That's the float directly adjacent to DIPAC, right by the state building down there. And that's all I have. Next slide for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Creswell. Other questions from the committee? Ms. Hale.
I am so stoked to see this safety ladder picture in the lower left corner. Now, do you have those safety ladders like between, like in each of the two slip spots?
Through the chair, thank you. We have installed 100 and I think I'm up to 187 safety ladders throughout the harbors. This is a project we took on our own accord just as money would allow and we could purchase here and there. Right now I have one ladder for every 4 boats. My idea is that you're never any farther than 50 or 75 feet from a ladder in the harbors. I still have probably 20 or 30 more to put in. And kind of on that note, I worked with Representative Story to draft legislation to ride the harbor matching grant program, where any new construction through the harbor matching grant program in the state of Alaska would require safety ladders be installed in the harbors as part of accepting that grant funding. So we're really excited about this. Like I said, right now I have one ladder for every 4 boats. My goal is to have one ladder for every 2 boats.
Oh, it just warms my heart, and I just have to thank you for making this a priority. You are saving lives. It's really, really wonderful because it's so tragic when people can't get out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we accept the harbor's budget as presented.
Any objections? Seeing none, so moved.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. All right, we are ahead of schedule. Amazing. We're going to take a break because I believe Eagle Crest will be here by 12:30, that Mr. Scanlon will be here, sorry, by 2:30. So let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:35. All right, bringing us back for the last substantive item on the agenda anyways. Eagle Crest. Mr. Scanlon, we're going to turn it over to you for a presentation. We'll probably ask some questions along the way. Thanks for being here on your second to last day of the season. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Let me know how my volume is. I can project more if I need to.
One question, Ms. Flick, can you tell us where we are in the binder?
Yes, packet page 288, 288.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Scanlon, you can go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about our budget, to talk about everything Eagle Crest, and catch up to speed. Kind of interesting that I'm catching you on my second to last day of operations, and we were together for the assembly retreat. It was scheduled to be my first day of operations. So, man, what an interesting 4 months it's been. I thought it'd be good to just reflect back a little bit to some of those discussions we were having at the assembly retreat, and talking about our demographics and our aging population and some of those pressure points as we were, looking at that scenario planning and the risks of what could swing us in one way or swing us in another way, and talking about labor shortages and all of these big issues. And boy, it's been an interesting 4 months, how the needle has moved in some areas and not in others. But Eagle Crest is such an important piece of this conversation for so many families, so many of the working class folks in Juneau. We started a new program just as we launched our Seasons Pass sales this year with the Healthier Self program, where city employees actually got a little discount on their Seasons Pass. So we actually had 49 CPJ employees buy their Seasons Pass with this Healthier Self discount. So just an example of, there's a lot of CPJ employees that this is a really big deal having Eagle Crest in their community, and I think a big anchor that attracts people and brings them here. Also had, this year we sold 2,746 Seasons Pass products this year. So nearly 10% of Juneau is coming to Eagle Crest on a repeated basis. So again, just another testament of how much use we get. And I think it's kind of interesting when we were talking about needing to attract, I think our number was close to 2,700 new 25 to 40-year-olds, and how close those numbers are. And just thinking about, okay, what's going to move the needle, and the importance of how Eagle Crest can participate in that, or be a driver. Amazing how the time flies. Finishing my 7th season as general manager at Eagle Crest. Boy, the years go by fast. Just amazing. And obviously, as you know, I'm an unorthodox manager. I like to get things done in unorthodox ways sometimes, but we've done a bunch of big projects. We've done a huge snowmaking expansion over the years, thanks to continued investment from the assembly. If we had contracted all brand new equipment, it would have been a $1.2 million worth of infrastructure improvements. We've sourced used equipment, used Eagle Crest staff to work with contractors, and done that for $500,000. So we now have 2 overnight rental cabins that the community uses often. The COVID Conservation Corps program coming out of COVID was huge for Eagle Crest. We did a bunch of big trail development, built over a mile of new trail. We've doubled our summer concession tour revenue in my time here, forging new partnerships, taking advantage of new opportunities, and obviously, as you know, secured $10 million in private capital. So just wanted to kind of do a quick little look back as we jump into this and talk more about Eagle Crest and our budget needs, and kind of start out in that aspect. So on to my next slide. So over the past years, we've been focusing a lot on our independent traveler growth. We think this is a big, a huge selling point for Juneau. And again, another way to expose people to Juneau as a community and to support our local businesses. So we now have over 150 resorts nationwide that we have reciprocal agreements with. So some of those mountains, they get 3 free ski days at Eagle Crest.
Mayor Weldon?
Sorry to interrupt. I was asked which program we're partners with.
So it's we have 4 different programs: the Indy Pass program, the Powder Alliance program, the Freedom Pass program, and then a lot of individual relationships with small ski areas of our size. So it's a whole smorgasbord of ski areas all around the country that we have partnerships with, and we're seeing a lot of them come. So this year we had a total of 1,135 visits through all these partnered agreements. So if you think back, how does that translate into indirect economic impact? There's $340,000 we brought into the community. They're going out to eat at restaurants and bars and buying souvenirs and hotels and rental cars and you name it. Next slide. So just a quick snapshot, some of our, where our users are coming from through our website, growth in our social media accounts, just kind of the things I wanted to point out, all the details there in your packet. But really, yeah, 1,200 new unique users to our website from Juneau, but 11,000 from Anchorage area, 6,000 from Seattle, 2,800 from Sitka, 23 from Ketchikan, 22 from Seward, 22 from Wasilla. So we, throughout the course of the year, we have 2 big ski competitions where we get a ton of families coming down from Anchorage. And it's great having them here. They got good weather this year, and the comments all the time. Eagle Crest is so much better than Alyeska. People are just seeing what a gem we have as a community. So it's really cool to hear, you know, hey, people like us better than the big guys up north. So those visitors are translating into views on our website, engagement on our social media channels. Next slide. So really focused, obviously, on all of our youth programs. Some numbers here. You'll see our Child Youth Multi-Week, 2,280 visitors. The Juneau School District lessons, 640. Lots of homeschool lessons, 910 homeschool lessons. And then all of our data related to our 5th grade passport program. The 5th grade passport program is really that key age as the kids are getting their dexterity. Some of the kids will already have had lessons, but we provide free skiing, free lessons to all 5th graders in Juneau. So really want to set the hook with them young, get their siblings in, and then hope to retain all of their families going forward. Next slide. Really focused on our accessibility and the partnerships we have with all of these community groups. We continue to work on creative programming with the Eagle Crest Foundation. Last year, we started this program where we reached out to local businesses to have them sponsor a school class visit. So through that, local businesses sponsored 10 individual school groups, which represented around 300 school visits in grades 2 to 4. And then our other programs, the 5th grade passport program, the Books to Boards program is a program that's sponsored by the Eagle Crest Foundation as well. This is really targeted to low-income families, families that might not have the economic wherewithal to get their kids to the mountain, and we reward them for keeping their good grades. So we check in with the teachers, make sure their school attendance is good, and they get free skiing. We outfit them with all the winter clothes. They likely wouldn't have that. They get free transportation on our snow bus up to the mountain as well. So just another big community outreach. Also working with JAMI, the Douglas Indian Association. We actually have a big DIA group at the ski area today. Big Brothers Big Sisters, Girl Scouts of America, Tlingit Haida's Native Youth Snow Sports Program. We did again this year. Last year was the first year for that, so really great engagement there. And the 2 groups from Sitka, the Conservation Society and the Sitka Community Group. And then the long partnership with Sail Orca, the Southeast Independent Living Program. They have all their adaptive ski equipment there, getting disabled folks out on the hill and making sure that they can experience some sense of freedom where they might not otherwise have that in their life. Next slide. So trends across the ski industry that are really prominent right now. So many skiers like us are struggling with staffing. It's just an issue across the board. And many, many skiers, like we did this year, are using the J1 student employee program. There's also a very large trend, especially in the big corporations where they're commingling all of their ski areas. They're raising their day ticket prices very high to push people into getting these multi-mountain seasons passes. So our version of that is our small ski area reciprocal program. But this is a big trend for the big corporations. This is a billion-dollar industry. They're really driving this huge visitation and huge dollars through that. So as many know, the cost of ski operations just continue to rise due to insurance, inflation, labor market pressures, all the impacts from climate change, having to do more robust snowmaking operations. And that's leading so many ski areas to leveraging their summer operations. They're much more, there's less cost of operations when you're operating in the summer. It's a more simplistic operation, so usually typically there's a much higher net yield when you're operating a ski area in the summer. So many mountains are looking to do that. Over the last handful of years since 2019, we keep pushing up our pricing. We've raised 20 to 30% depending on which age group, which is now really bringing us on par with, when we set our pricing every year, we look at 10 different ski areas in the Pacific Northwest to see how we compare to other ski areas of similar sizes. So we're really coming in line with them right now and feel like we're getting close to kind of hitting that tipping point. During those increases, we've intentionally kept our youth and teen passes lower than we have our adult passes because we wanted to be sure we were keeping those kids hooked and keeping them coming to the mountain. So the ski areas that we compared against was Mission Ridge in Washington, Montana Snow Bowl in Oregon, Hoodoo Mountain in Oregon, Mount Shasta in California, Brundage Mountain in Idaho, Silver Mountain in Idaho, Monarch Mountain in Colorado, and White Pass in Washington. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you could see this is a comparison chart of how do we compare pricing-wise with those 10 different ski areas. So interestingly, the kind of bottom block there, you'll see in our seasons pass pricing, we're actually only $6.80 cheaper than the average. So we're kind of right in line there. Day tickets, $5.75, half-day tickets are right there. Actually a little bit more expensive on our rental packages and half-day rentals. But you can see in our teen and youth category, that's where we're actually still quite a bit more affordable. And our goal is to maintain that accessibility. We want to maintain that affordability as much as we can, but pressures have been immense. Our labor pressures and our pressures to raise wages so we can have staff have really put a pressure on us. So every year we talk about this and talk about how Eagle Crest pricing might factor in. So there's a tipping point somewhere in our pricing matrix where we start to drive volume down because we're starting to price families out. So we're really sensitive to where we are on that platform as we look year to year over pricing and how that affects volume and potential revenue coming in. Next slide. So the staffing challenges, in our joint assembly board meeting, we talked a lot about this. I shared out our third-party wage analysis where we compared ourselves to a huge amount of ski areas that were similar size on lift capacity and skier visits and 4 different factors there. Study came in and showed that Eagle Crest was 14% below in wages before factoring in Juneau cost of living. Factoring in Juneau cost of living actually brings us to a metric where we're 40% below our peers. And this has really been a pressure point for us as we have numerous senior staffing positions vacant. We hired a new mechanic this year. The pressure on housing, as you guys all know, is a big factor. So this continues to be kind of our number one thing that we continue to look at. Thankfully, this year, our J1 employment program was an extreme success. We had 21 employees that came to work at Eagle Crest from Costa Rica, Peru, and Brazil. They had a great time. Our customers loved them. They were very happy, and it really made operations possible. What we needed in order to do that was to have some sort of conduit to guaranteed housing. So it wasn't until the end of October that we were able to get our agreement with UAS to use empty rooms in their Banfield dormitory. It worked out really well. The university seemed quite happy with our people. They were actually, we got a lot of compliments that our group was one of the best groups that they've had compared to other employee groups that they've had. So I'm anticipating we're going to be welcomed back. Obviously, this comes with a lot of risk. This is something outside of the city box that the city usually does, is having city employees in dormitory housing. So there's a risk there. So the Eagle Crest Foundation actually posted a $200,000 bond to hedge against a potential insurance claim that could come in, knowing that the city has a $300,000 deductible. So this is going to be really, really important for us going forward to be able to continue doing housing so we can continue using J1 visa workers. Since our employees performed so well, I actually think there may be an opportunity for us to also use some rooms for the summer months. They already have agreements with many other tour operators for this summer, but since our staff were so trouble-free, we may be able to have an opportunity to use that in the future. So just wanted that on the Assembly's radar of kind of the increased risk exposure to us doing that, but how very, very important that is for us.
Mr. Scanlon, can I interrupt with a question? You mentioned them being happy, which is great. Do you feel, like, how certain do you feel that next year that agreement would be, like, have you already talked to UAS about next winter? Or when would that conversation officially happen?
Thank you for that, Ms. Wall. I hope that conversation will happen in the next 2 weeks. We only have 4 people remaining in the dormitory, and so we've been closing out rooms this week. Everybody, our last wave of people left on Monday and Tuesday this week, so we're just closing out rooms, but they seem really happy. So I'm definitely going to want to go and explore a renewal of that contract in the next 2 weeks.
Great, thank you. I was also reminded that we haven't got an introduction to the board members in the room. I know we've met some of them, but would you mind introducing those folks as well?
Yes, thank you for the reminder there. So I have Ms. Hannah Shively in the room here, one of our newer board members, and Norton Gregory, that many of you likely know, in the room with me here today. So thank them so much for the support. Oh, and Kevin Crine snuck in behind me. So yes, thank you. Great to have 3 board members. Busy day. Some other board members are on the mountain as well. So thank you for that. So I did want to touch on one of the other nuances of Eagle Crest that I've talked to the assembly about before, but Eagle Crest is bound by restrictions from the Land Water Conservation Fund. So the Land Water Conservation Fund only allows us to do outdoor recreation activities. So I've talked to them before about building Eagle Crest staff housing and making sure that would be compliant. So I expanded, and I got the green light that it would be considered an administrative building, and I recently went back to them, knowing how expensive employee housing facilities are. You know, we're talking, you guys hear about it all the time from different things. We're 10 to 15 million. So I did get approval to enter a public-private partnership if we could find somebody willing, and to be able to have Eagle Crest employees and other summer tourism employees occupying the rooms during the summer months. During the winter months would be Eagle Crest employees, and then able to rent those rooms nightly to Eagle Crest users. So I've done a lot of work with JDC on their workforce housing task force. It's always been hard for them to find a public-private partner to do that because those rooms would be sitting empty for 6 months. So we're kind of in a unique position where we could fill those rooms year-round. So I think we might have some luck going in that direction. So employee housing is so important. I just wanted to put on your radar that we have gotten approval and just make sure you guys know.
Mr. Bryson and then Ms. Hughes Candies.
Here. All right, thank you, Mr. Scanlon. So now that you have approval that you could build housing on there, aside from the proper permits at CDD, would the assembly just be as far off as just issuing an RFP to get somebody to build the workforce housing there? Okay, that's a good enough answer for me. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I think that would be the logical next step. We'll have to do some due diligence to get some initial engineering done or some initial design work so we could put together a good RFP. I think we could get some responses if we put out a solicitation to look for a partner to do something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. I have Ms. Hughes Candies, then Ms. Hale and Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. Good to see you. So that's exciting that you've obtained that approval. It's very exciting. When I'd heard this described before in concept, it makes total sense that you'd have seasonal in the summer and then winter employee housing. You just added something in about Eagle Crest users spending. Could you talk about that, whether that's a new concept or maybe that was always part of it and that wasn't explained well to me?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Slightly new concept, and I think it really makes the proposition work. And so this is where I was concerned that we might be out of compliance with the Land Water Conservation Fund. So I envision this being very much hostel style room rentals. You know, the room rentals could be very affordable, $90, $100 a night, little tiny studio apartments. With our experience at the university, I think that's the best building design as tiny little individual studios. So the concept would be rooms that aren't full of EagleCrest employees in the winter, people traveling from Anchorage, or if somebody just doesn't want to drive back and forth at night and they just want to rent a nightly room, they could have like hostel style room rentals right up at the mountain.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks a lot for being here. It's always really fascinating, kind of getting some peeks into your very creative mind. Where's the money gonna come from to build this housing?
Through the chair, Ms. Hale, thank you. So I think the conduit for this would be putting out a request for proposals and seeing what interest might be out there in the private sector to partner with something like this. So right now, we're paying the university for our room rentals for our staff. If we found the right partnership, the money that we now pay the university could be paid to a partner. What we would get out of it is we would guarantee that we have employee housing, which is our biggest hurdle to finding staff and the number one critical component to using the J-1 visa workers, which I think will be our really where we're going to be looking to staff our summer operations, both in lead up to the gondola and once the gondola is open.
So thank you very much for that clarification. So really what you're envisioning is this would be constructed and run by a private entity. So they would want to do that because they would be able to make a profit, but it would be up there at EagleCrest. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Hale, very close. It would be built by the private partner. We would operate it, but the bulk of the revenue would go back to that partner. So over a long-term 10, 15-year period, they could see pretty substantial profit.
I have Mr. Kelly, then Mayor Weldon, then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. I'm intrigued a little by this concept just because of something I think I'm not sure if I heard it during an EagleCrest during our joint meeting or if I might have heard about it outside. Is it true that at the moment with our J1 employees living out at the university that we're currently paying for their transportation to and from UAS and EagleCrest?
Through the chair, Mr. Kelly, yes, that's correct. We have 2 employee shuttle vans that provide the bulk of the transportation to and from the university. So we are subsidizing that. This year we actually ended up with 24 employees at the dormitory. So between that and the additional staff that always rode our employee shuttle, we did use First Student for some of our busy weekend days where we have a lot of high school kids that need transportation as well. So that is one of the financial costs for us having that housing is the transportation piece.
Thank you. I would maybe be interested to see if this might pencil out, if there's a cost-benefit analysis where we might, break even by having, or how long it would take us to break even by having this housing.
Mayor Weldon, then Mr. Bryson, then Ms. Hughes Candies.
I think I'll just add on to what Mr. Kelly said because this is something a little bit different, especially because you're an enterprise board. So I guess I would ask the staff, either yours or ours, what does this process look like? And I'm all for doing housing for the employees, but when you're talking about renting out to other people, that sounds dangerously like short-term rentals, and I don't know that we want to be part of that.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Scanlon, I wanted to ask this question deliberately so that it was clear. Do you have approval from LWCF that a public-private partnership to build employee housing would be an acceptable, allowable use in that land corridor that has the restrictions? Is that what I'm to understand?
Through the chair, Mr. Bryson, you're correct. I do have approval from the Land Water Conservation Fund, and that was the first layer of approval. If we were even going to entertain what this might look like, was making sure we wouldn't be stepping over compliance issues for Land Water Conservation Fund. So we would likely have to work, as you mentioned, with CDD on a rezone, or there'd be quite a lengthy process to go through. This is not something, this isn't a quick fix. The universities are quick fix, but this is kind of our long-term solution.
Thank you. May I ask a clarifying question? When you were saying the potential for people to stay there like overnight, you were, I interpreted it a different way than the Madam Mayor. During the wintertime, you would have winter employees stay at the housing, and during the summertime, you would have summer employees stay at the housing. Your design wasn't so that tourists could come and rent the room for a night in employee housing. That wasn't what your intention was, because I don't think that that would be an allowable use under LWCF, correct?
Through the chair, that was my assumption as well, Mr. Bryson. That's why I wanted to ask that question of LWCF, and LWCF did approve us to do more of a short-term rental. So here's the dynamics, right? In the summertime, everybody needs employee housing. So my Segway concessionaire would love to put staff there. My Zipline concessionaire would love to put staff there. I think Gold Belt would love to put staff there. Gold Belt's could be bussing back and forth, so it could make sense for them. So that could easily fill up a building. Now in the wintertime, obviously, it's only our staff. Now over the years, as we grow the ski area, we're gonna need a lot more capacity. And so for the building to pencil out, I think it, and meet the needs of our other partner organizations that are doing activities at Eagle Crest, we can fill a lot of rooms. So in the short term, the next 2-3 years, we wouldn't be able to fill all of those rooms with Eagle Crest employees. So we're gonna have rooms sitting vacant. And this is why other partnership concepts that JDC has looked at won't work in a public-private partnership because the buildings sit empty. So we could do nightly short-term rentals to fill those empty beds. It's a way to make the financial model for the building work. If it wasn't the will of the assembly, we'd need to figure out kind of how to bridge that gap to make that work.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. And I see lots of hands, so this is a good discussion, but just a reminder, we'll have time to provide feedback on this concept at a later date. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, or Chair. I'll be really quick then because I am beating a dead horse. So the thing that I was looking for, because we were talking about other people in short-term rentals, but the LWCF said somebody like gas snow guiding or somebody with no ties to Eagle Crest, that would be fine to winter, summer share.
Thank you. I didn't specify who the public-private partner would be. My question was just, could we find a public-private partner to facilitate employee housing for other summer tourism workers in addition to ours, and likewise in the winter, as I described.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and with full appreciation that we will talk about this later. I just want to say that we're not even regulating short-term rentals yet at this point. We are going to look at it, and this is something that we would need to think about. But it might make all the sense in the world if you have vacant rooms that are not being used. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Any other questions on this topic? All right, continue on, Mr. Scanlon.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chair. Ready for the next slide. So I want to give this a little snapshot as we talk about increasing costs of our status quo operations. And I think it's really interesting to look at these 5 different cost centers, just 5 of them, and the increases that we've had since 2019. And we talk a lot about our full cost allocation. I'm not saying that's not justifiable. It's just the increases that we've had. So since FY19, we've had an increase of $877,000 just in these 5 cost centers. So just a little snapshot of kind of the pressure that we're under. Thankfully, we've actually raised revenue $853,000 over that same period. So really proud of that. We've grown revenue a lot to try to make up that gap, but the gap is still there. Those are still some big numbers. So I thought it'd be helpful just to look at the impact of just those 5 pressure points. And obviously the cost of our pay increases, which I can't even imagine trying to hire somebody at $10 an hour. It's hard enough trying to hire a lift operator at $12.89. So we had to do that, and we're going to have to do more. Next slide. So a big part of our budget proposal this year is this concept of a general fund loan to help us take this next step and mature into our new summer operations where we're going to be generating significant revenue. We need to build staffing capacity. It'll help cover some of this kind of bridge between where we're at right now and where we're going to get to as we open the gondola. Let us do a 6% increase to the wage scale. We all know we're 14% below, but we know we can't take that big of a bite, but this would let us take a little bite off of that. Also funding staff to build some of the ancillary recreational experiences that'll go along with the gondola, and to fund the start of some preliminary tours next summer using the Hooter chairlift for some walking tours. The industry is really wanting us to provide some tour products. So an amazing opportunity for us to start building those relationships as a lead up into the gondola. And also funding some of the supplies and staffing to start growing the size of the winter ski area. So again, that's kind of obviously the whole reason why we're doing summer operations is so we have a better, more robust, more attractive winter ski area, which is going to attract more people into June. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a breakdown of how does this all look if we're contemplating a general fund loan. So the first 3 line items there are all in the manager's proposed budget for Eagle Crest. Then the next line down, the additional needed FTEs, we are really, as we've grown the operations, we need more people to do the work. So this covers what has seemed to be a more comfortable way to staff our departments. So our staff are working sustainably, they're not overworked, and then we've got the cost of the pay increase in there. Then the bottom category talks about the start of our winter ski area expansion and the start of summer operations and the costs associated with that. So as you can see there, that's another 10.68 FTEs, and then additional costs for summer operations and supply costs for patrol to start expanding the size of the winter ski area. Then we've got our summer revenue in there, which would be for the start of our walking tours using the Hooter chairlift, which leaves us with this balance of $884,000 to be funded through a general fund loan. We're in a different position than many people's requests. You know, we've got this pathway to really strong revenue coming right down the line. So obviously, it'd be easy for me to just come and ask for those funds just out of general funds. I think we have the ability to do this through a general fund loan, similar to what was done with the school district. So going into the next slide, please. So as we go into FY26, first 2 lines there, these were costs.
Mr. Scanlon, if you could pause for a sec. Mayor Weldon has a question.
So going back to this loan, and it might be more at our staff, what would this look like? What would be the payback? Do we have to take it out of general funds? I'm assuming we could take it out of restricted budget reserve, or could it be a revenue? And I'm not asking for answers tonight, just next time we talk about this, give us a look at what this would look like.
Keep going, Mr. Scanlon.
Thank you. Okay, so then into FY26, and then we'll look at kind of how this all rolls up into the budget book. Those first 2 line items are expenses that are in the manager's budget for our FY26. Then I'm carrying over those additional FTEs, those 4.54, same ones I was talking about in FY25 for our status quo operations. Then the next section down there is the staff we need to open the gondola, to get into those summer operations, other staff to support the construction contractors. We've got a good history of working with contractors, with our staff to keep costs down. And as you can see, it rolls up here. This actually has us growing fund balance. So if we actually were able to fill all those staffing positions and we hit our revenue targets, we're actually already starting to grow fund balance into 26. So go into next slide, please. So with this concept rolled up, you can see in the manager's proposed budget, we're looking at a $406,000 deficit in 25 and growing that deficit into a $790,000 deficit in FY26. If we were able to secure and move forward with this general fund loan concept, FY26 would actually have us growing back into a positive fund balance. And to next slide, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Hale. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Scanlon, I know from the mayor's request that we'll get sort of more information from the finance department, but how many years do you see the payback being for the loan?
I've always been envisioning the 5-year payback. Originally, when Mr. Rogers was our finance director, we talked about a central treasury loan. And so I knew the central treasury loan by code was a 5-year payback. So I've always kind of had that in my mind frame that this would be a 5-year payback on that.
Weldon?
Mr. Scanlon, so FY '26, where is your payback on that loan or part of your payback? Am I missing it?
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor Weldon. So haven't talked yet with finance about payback schedule. I'd like to load it on the back end of the 5 years, so we'd start paying back in FY '27 once we're into our full gondola revenue stream.
Guessing folks are going to continue to have questions, but I would say keep going and we can make sure to ask all our questions at the end here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll go to the next slide. So I want to just revisit this slide that Mr. Satry put together for our joint Eagle Crest Assembly meeting, showing our short-term dip in fund balance. At that point in time, we were actually projecting dipping down to a negative fund balance of $3 million. And then you can see what our trajectory does with our fund balance growing up to 16 million over positive over a 10-year period. The metrics that have changed this is demand that we're seeing from the cruise industry, desires from our partner Goldbelt to start doing some early tours and starting that revenue stream earlier than we anticipated. So this actually makes this chart look better, but I figured it'd be nice to revisit this chart, just kind of looking over the big picture of our short-term financial needs as we're shifting into this whole new operating model that's going to be very cash flow positive. Okay, moving into the next slide. And this was just my wrap-up slide here, talking a little bit more about our partner Goldbelt. We anticipate coming back to you very soon. We've been talking with Goldbelt a lot about how we're going to be selling our summer gondola product. They're very interested in being our primary commercial tour product vendor. We've been discussing this with Ms. Pierce, our tourism manager, and with the manager's office, and we see a great opportunity to move forward in this direction just to have some clarity and good scheduling and good product optics to the cruise lines of having Goldbelt being our primary conduit. They already have great relationships with the cruise lines, so we're working on some draft language for an ordinance that hopefully we'll be bringing back to you at the COW in the middle of May. So really excited about this next piece and the fact that we're actually to this point of talking about logistics of what's our conduit, how are we selling our product, who's providing the transportation, how does all the scheduling and the logistics shape up. So very excited about that. Wanted to just plant the seed that that's going to be coming to you soon. And very excited to be shifting our primary revenue months, obviously, to the summer months. Takes the pressure off the winter and helps us fund what we really want to do and meet the potential that we know is there for the winter ski area. Obviously, that's a much more predictable revenue source. We know the desires of the industry. They want to be here. Hopefully, we continue welcoming them here as well. And then continuing to work with our J1 visa program to meet both our summer and winter employment needs. It was so successful for us. We know it's going to be very challenging for us to compete with the private sector in the summer months to get staff, since our pay is so much far below the private sector. So very excited that I have built these relationships with these J1 visa companies that can help find us some employees. Talked about our public-private partnerships for on-site employee housing. And then the next extension of that, a process that I had started, Mr. Palmer helped me 2 years ago now, maybe even 3. Land Water Conservation Fund has a program that they call the Small Land Conversion, which would allow us to convert 150 acres at the base of the mountain and get free and clear title by putting recreation designation on another parcel of city land. So I worked with Mr. Bleedorn as well. We found a parcel to trade. So I know at our assembly retreat, we were talking about housing a lot. And there was some mentions about city property that could have like a leasehold relationship. So we couldn't be better situated to start going in that direction. There's a pathway forward for us. We think it could be a really unique opportunity if we found the right pathway for this. And this is a big picture, long-term thing to have a sign-on bonus be a down payment for a condo unit. So employees are vesting and buying into the operations, and you're creating that loyalty with the organization. And that will create all sorts of interesting opportunities. So just really excited to leverage our revitalization and continue attracting more families to Juneau because we have such a great asset and leveraging our summer revenue to help us do that. So happy to answer the many questions that I'm sure you have.
Questions for Mr. Scanlon? Mayor Weldon.
I don't want to ask any questions on the employee home buyer incentive program because you're in your infancy stage on that one, but I have some concerns on that. But for now, I think you've given us this in the past, but I don't recall. So when we see you next, could you show us some background on your projected revenue, summer revenue numbers? That would be great.
So I'll just say, folks, in addition to questions you have right now that Mr. Scanlon can answer, this is also, we'll definitely be revisiting this topic. So if there are just information needs you need for the future, feel free to voice those as well. Miss Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't know if anyone else has questions first. This is, I just see our limited time. This is more about, I don't see any other questions. All right, you don't have to make that face. Mr. Scanlon, my question was about your ramp up summer idea where you're talking about using Hooter and walking tours. I remember when we talked about the gondola first time period, there was a lot of conversation about how it would affect the road and caring for that and not affecting, working on the alignment so it wouldn't affect what currently exists in terms of residents using it for berry picking and hiking. And I wonder if you could characterize a little bit what that discussion is like, because obviously I understand the industry has a desire to put more excursions there right now, but my memory says that there is a lot of assurance that that would not affect that and this would be, somewhere else at the top of the mountain.
Through the chair, Mrs. Candies, thank you for that question. And very good points indeed. And this would be certainly be a short-term sacrifice that would help limit the financial impact on CPJ as we grow into our new operations. So we'd be talking about having walking tours using the summer road for one summer as we lead up to the gondola. Then we'd be transitioning everything over to the west side of the mountain, hikes to Crappie Lake, hikes along the ridge. So this would be a one-year sacrifice that would impact more people that are regular users. But it just kind of comes back to what CPJ is willing to support us financially. If it was a policy decision that CPJ didn't want that impact and was willing to fund our growth into summer, then that's another conversation. So I always try to be self-serving and figure out a way to have Eagle Crest take care of their financial needs on their own as much as we can, but knowing that there's limits to that. But knowing there's a lot of pressure on CPJ general funds, so if there's a way that we can generate revenue without having a huge impact, I think we should be taking a look at it.
Thanks for that. I think that helps me. I have some related questions. What I think I heard you just say is, well, maybe my question is, if, let's say the assembly was to be like, we don't want, it to start this summer. How would that impact your ask of the assembly for a loan to get, how would that impact the gondola getting set up? And would you still need a loan from the city to ramp up the gondola?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. We would still need a loan from the city to ramp up for going into the gondola. So hard to go from an understaffed 6-month-a-year operation to a fully staffed 12-month-a-year operation. We need to lead up, we need to build the human capital, we need to be sure we have the experience to execute well once that time comes. So the way the loan, as I presented it right now, is built, we wouldn't start those Hooter walking tours until next May. So we have some preparation to do this summer. We have to create some new summer-specific staffing positions, which is not a fast process with HR. So this summer we'll be going through creating all those positions. Hopefully we'll be able to fill our empty lift mechanic positions, build a pedestrian offload ramp for Hooter, do all that preliminary work. Ideally, maybe we would do a couple tours in September just to test the waters and learn what we need to learn about the nuances of operations, and then really starting in middle of May or end of May next year.
That's helpful. Thank you. Ms. Hale?
Thank you, Ms. Hughes-Candies, for asking that question, and Ms. Wall. So if you are next fiscal year, next summer, if the use of the Hooter for summer operations would impact, Juneau residents, how would you inform people that use Eagle Crest regularly now? How would you let them know that this is coming up?
We would host a series of public meetings and public engagement, webinars, in-person meetings as much as we can, just to try to be sure that we're communicating it. I've had some discussions with Ms. Pierce. I think she has some great ideas of how she could support us and how we could get that message out. So I would definitely want to leverage her expertise as our tourism manager to figure out how we best communicate that to the community so there's no surprises and they understand the why we're looking to do that as a one-year interim.
I've got another question. This is, and I'm sorry I don't understand this, and so I'm just making sure I'm clear on the budget request. The manager's budget, includes, with all the assumptions you've built into here, deficit for FY25 of $400,000. The loan amount here, I'm assuming that is outside of filling that deficit. Eagle Crest needs to figure out a way to fill the deficit for next year and a loan to expand operations. Am I getting that correctly?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. The deficit is actually rolled up into the loan. So all that $406,000 deficit is part of that loan funding. So coming out of that loan, there'll be zero deficit. It keeps us whole.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Ms. Hale. Oh, sorry, Ms. Hughes-Candies had her hand first, then Ms. Hale. Ms. Hale, go ahead.
Thank you, and can you remind us of the loan amount?
Yes, through the chair, the loan amount would be $884,000.
And in your plans, as they sit right now, would that cover everything? I'm just repeating what I think you said. That would get you to where Eagle Crest needs to be to begin to make a profit.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chair. That's correct.
Ms. Hughes-Candies, then Mr. Barr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm going to restate, so forgive me on that, but just also want to make sure I have it. So this $885,000 loan includes a deficit. So you're really talking about wiping out your deficit. You have a $400,000-ish loan, which gets you to a full summer walking tours in 2025. And if everything I said is true, then where best estimate, best laid plans is the gondola coming in, if people are walking all over the mountain calendar year 2025, at what year do we expect a working gondola on the west side?
Thank you, through the chair. So it's easier to talk about this in months. So in May and June of 25 would be running the Hooter walking tours, and then July, August, and September of 25 would be Hooter walking tours. Then in May and June of 26, we're running the gondola, and we start our gondola tours. So that's going into 26.
Did someone have a question? Oh, Mr. Barr. I was going to go to Mr. Barr, then Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to ask, I know this is a little bit out of order, but I wanted to ask a question of Mr. Scanlon, because I had a different recollection from our budget meeting. The loan for FY25, so is it your expectation that Eagle Crest will not need a loan in FY26?
Through the chair, yeah, thank you, Mr. Barr. In looking at all of the months and how those walking tours will go, I think this loan should cover us for 26. So yeah, in my continued conversations with Gold Belt and talking about those months and how we're leading up and how the fiscal year splits it up, I do believe that should cover us, and we likely will not need a loan for 26.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you. So what you just said about the Hooter and then onto the gondola, so the Hooter chairlift walking tours are kind of a little bit of a pilot program anticipating the gondola, so you could perhaps take care of any of the problems that arise. Thank you. He's nodding for the record.
And just as a follow-up, it's also building the relationships with all the cruise lines, getting them to trust our scheduling pattern and our transportation, getting them to trust our ability to execute. So when the gondola is open, we're ready to turn up the volume.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm going to start with another restate to make sure I'm on your page. So I believe you said earlier that no matter what, a loan is necessary to get the gondola going, because you can't do that with $9,300. If this bridge loan is structured differently than you're imagining, and we say, well, we have to subsidize this $406,000 deficit because we have no choice. How does that affect you? Would you still, do you think you would still approach it the same way, that you needed about 400-ish thousand to do a year while the gondola is being built? I guess I'm wondering, how does this, the dollar amounts we're talking about here and the ramping up and the, operations play against the funding from Gold Belt? How does this factor in that? And I can follow up with you offline on that too, but that's the piece I'm not seeing, and I'm wondering how that's going, because I've had concerns just with skyrocketing materials costs, that wasn't even going to be enough to get a gondola built, period, let alone built and turning at 2026.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Hughes Candice, and those are certainly valid concerns, as we know what prices have done for all construction projects. So we're hoping to actually have our RFP out for our general contractor, hopefully by the end of next week. So once we engage with our general contractor through our CMGC alternative procurement, that's going to help us really know where we're coming in on capital. This is the human side, and building our human capacity to operate is what this loan amount is contemplating.
All right, Mayor Weldon.
So the most important question was the slush cup today, or is it tomorrow?
To the chair, the slush cup is tomorrow, and the pond is full. That was my morning duties, fill the pond. Did we get it level enough? It's amazing, over 100 feet, how much you can get off of level. That will be tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for being here. So I think that, this is going to be a conversation that we will need to continue as we go through this process. Is there anything that we didn't really talk about that folks would want Mr. Scanlon and the Eagle Crest Board to come back to us with as they consider these proposals in front of us? I'm going to add something that I think Mayor Weldon said this, or someone said it, but I want to make sure I'm looking at something where I can see the revenue projections, what that's based on, how this, you know, as you're working on the terms of that loan, you know, kind of, making, you know, having numbers that can help us test, is this the right amount of money to get you where you need to go? And, you know, when do we turn sustainability? So I know you're working on all that, but having us as the body understand that too deeper would be helpful for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I have most of that complete, so I can provide that very soon.
Great. Anything else? Ms. Hale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seem to be feeling particularly dense. I'm trying to understand on page 29 of the budget book, for FY '25, the Eagle Crest proposed budget is 4.198 million, and on page 98 of the budget book, I see the 4.198 million. It's the total expenditures. How do but then I see, you know, several lines down, I see 50,000 coming from road and service area, 880,000 coming from general fund. So how do I tell how much are we funding Eagle Crest rather than like what the expenditures are? How do I tell that? I'm feeling very dense.
Ms. Flick, do you have an answer for the, Ms. Hale?
I do, Ms. Hale, and I have Ms. Wendell here to help me if I go astray. But if you look in your bound budget document on page 98, give you guys a chance to turn there. If we look down the column names that indicate what the rows are, you have expenditures, and then you have funding sources. And when you look at support from, there's road and services and general fund. So in FY '23 actuals, it was $50,000 from the road and service area and $880,000 from the general fund. Last year, the assembly approved additional one-time funding from the general fund. So that's why in '24, the amount goes to $1.5 million in the general fund line. Given that your explicit direction was that that was one time, in the manager's proposed budget for '25, you'll see general fund support of $880,000 and support from the road and service at the $50,000 level. Does that answer your question, Ms. Hale?
May I? Yeah, I think it does. So really, it's just that 880 plus 50,000. The overall budget is 4.2 million. And then in order to make it balance, they would need that loan. So is that correct?
In order to make it balance, they either need to increase revenues, which could be rates, loans, a subsidy, or they need to reduce expenditures. At the end of the day, the expenditures and the revenues need to match. And so Mr. Scanlon's proposal is that he would like to pursue a loan from the general fund to fill the deficit in FY '25 and the anticipated deficit in FY '26 as he's ramping up his operations.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to ask such a dense question, but I understand now.
All right, I think that concludes the Eagle Crest portion of this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for being here and for our board members for being here.
Thank you all so much for all of your work and powering through a very long day. So thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me a little extra time.
Yeah, all right, we are coming to close here. A few last items and one more opportunity for feedback from the body. Budget calendar is in your packet as information. Next meeting date is April 17th. We'll be talking about the list of community grant requests. We won't be making decisions on the 17th. We'll just be gathering questions once we've all seen the list. So get your community grant forms in by the 10th. What I'd like to do before we close here, on your way out, I'm going to ask Angie to pull out the last sticky note that's behind that are agreements. If there's another sheet of paper there. And if you could draw a line through, make 2 columns, yep. And put a plus sign on the left and a triangle on the right. This is, I don't know if you guys have done plus delta before. So this is just a way to gather feedback for staff, for everyone. On your way out, if you could take your sticky notes, you can do as many as you want. Plus, on the plus side, you're going to do things that you liked today that you want to see repeated. That could be like the food was good, or it could be like, I really liked how we talked about the debt service mill rate, and I want to keep talking about it. Delta is things that you'd like to see changed in the future as we go through this process. Again, can be the food, can be, you know, an opinion that you didn't like that was voiced. So put as many stickies as you want on your way out so that we can, and we'll summarize those back to the body. Any other questions before we close out the day? Staff. Ms. Kester.
Just want to get some clarification. With many of the budgets today, you did make motions to forward those on. Thank you for that clarification, Mayor Weldon. I am, with your discussion from EagleCrest, the staff is interpreting that you want to have some more discussion before you put the loan as ordinance traveling with the budget document. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Anything else from the body? All right, adjourned.